Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's public hearing. A quick change to the agenda that we have for tonight. Right now we have after Pledge of Allegiance, our commission appointments. Switch change, I'm going to be doing the presentation for our small business, big applause, soon after the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we will do the commission appointments, and then we'll continue on with the rest of the agenda. So wanted to make that quick announcement. So let's get to business. Madam Clerk, do you mind calling the roll?
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Steve Leonardis.
Here.
Councilmember Marcia Jensen.
Here.
Councilmember Barbara Spector.
Here.
Vice Mayor Rob Rennie.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Mariko Sayak.
Here. So as many of you know, here, move up closer. During the beginning of each meeting, we are honored to call someone from our youth community forward to introduce themselves and begin our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Well, tonight we are honored to have many of our delighted youth. We have Girl Scout Troop 60077 and some little friends. They are fifth graders at Blossom Hill Elementary. Some of them may look familiar to you because you may have seen them at our Spring into Green events. They are truly committed to community service, which is something that we hope to instill in all our youth. They have organized and distributed the drought shower buckets, those blue buckets that you've been seeing around the parks for the past 2 years, and they've been doing this for Santa Clara Valley Water District, and they will be again at the Spring into Green this upcoming April. So if you are at that event, please come by. But these girls are truly a mix of talent and interest. I have a list here. They like music, they like math Olympiads, swimming, horseback riding, speech and debate, soccer, musical theater, art, dance, girls on the run, lacrosse, tennis, softball, biking, and today I learned debate was another thing on the list. So I want to ask all of you to thank them, help me thank them for joining us tonight. And I'm going to hand over the mic.
Please stand. Please place your right hand over your heart. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Real quick, can you just introduce your name and then pass the microphone over while I hand over a gift to everyone?
Oh. Hi, my name is Kate.
My name is Mira.
My name is Isla.
My name is Stella.
My name is Jenna.
My name is Fiona.
My name is Lourdes.
And my name is Hannah.
Thank you again, girls. So another great honor that we have that we love to do on the second meeting of our month is we love what we call the Small Business Big Applause, where we honor and select a local business in town for all the wonderful work they've done. This month, our recipient is Dolce Spazio. And if I can ask Mr. Orlando to come forward. And so this is a proclamation signed by all council members. I'm going to just share a couple of the whereases. It's located in downtown Los Gatos, and they got its start by making small batch gelato in-house daily, served alongside locally roasted espresso and local bakery treats. I think I can attest personally to all the bakery treats, and it's been, looking at the youth, it's been one of those areas that I know many of the kids flock to immediately after celebration. It's just one of those businesses in town that I'm so happy that you're here for, and I wish you all the best, and thank you for continuing to have your business in our town.
Thank you very much. This is quite an honor. Thank you very much. I think I could speak for my partners, Joe and Carol, when I say that how fortunate we have been to have been in business for almost 37 years, and the town has been a big part of our success. So thank you. This is a nice touch, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
You can move back.
Okay. So now we move to our commission appointments. Prior to the public hearing, we conducted interviews for our finance committee as well as our general plan committee. And now we will be doing the selection process. Madam Clerk, would you like to run us through as a reminder?
Yes, thank you. So as a reminder, you'll be voting tonight to fill 2 vacancies on the general plan, but you have one application. One applicant removed their application. You will be filling 3 positions on the Council Finance Committee. You had 5 applicants who interviewed for that position. There were no applications received for the Building Board of Appeals, so we will not be voting on that one. Our Deputy Clerk, Shannon, will be distributing the ballot to you now, and I will go over the names that are on there. So for the Council Finance Committee, each council member has 3 votes. And you could only vote once for each candidate. If you vote more than once for a candidate, all votes for that candidate will be disqualified. So the applicants for the Council Finance Committee are Terry Durier, Ashby Monk, Marcelo Pena, Rick Tinsley, and Rick Van Hosen. For the General Plan Committee, there are 2 votes, but only 1 applicant, and that applicant is Steve Piasecki. So when you're done voting, we'll collect your ballots. Yes, put your name on the ballot. So Mayor, it'll take us just a couple of minutes to tally them. Okay. So for the General Plan Committee, we have 4 votes for Steve, Councilmember Barbara Spector, Rob Rennie, Steve Leonardis, and the Mayor Mariko Sayak voting for Steve, and Marcia Jensen voting for none of the above. For the Council Finance Committee, Terry Duryea received 5 votes. Ashby Monk received 5 votes. Marcelo Pena received 1 vote from Councilmember Rob Rennie. Rick Tinsley received 4 votes from Marcia Jensen, Barbara Spector, Steve Leonardis, and Mariko Sayak. So the 3 appointed to the Council Finance Committee would be Terry, Ashby, and Rick Tinsley.
So, Madam Clerk, you'll be officially notifying all the applicants, and will you then place the Building Board of Appeals, since we had no applications, that will be pushed to the next recruitment period?
Yes, so our fall recruitment.
Okay. And so, doing a quick scan, if you're still in the audience, congratulations. And if to those that did apply and were not selected, I strongly encourage you to just continue participating. We welcome participation at all our meetings. They're all public. And so we hope that you continue to serve and look for opportunities. So thank you.
So Mayor, one more thing. So with Mr. Tinsley being appointed to the Finance Committee, he's currently on the Personnel Board, so he will step down from that committee. And there will be a vacancy on that through until January of 2018. That will also go into our fall recruitment.
Okay.
And then we still have 1 additional vacancy on the General Plan Committee, which will also go into the fall recruitment.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so closed session report. Mr. Schultz, do you have a closed session report for today?
Yes, good evening. Prior to tonight's regular session, council met in closed session to discuss labor negotiations. This was the labor negotiations with the unrepresented employee, the town manager. No action was taken that requires reporting under the Brown Act.
Okay. And at this time, we'll go through our council member reports. This is an opportunity to share any meetings that council members were at, or bring up any items that they would like the rest of the council and the public to know. So I'll start with Council Member Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing to report.
Council Member Jensen.
I, along with the mayor, participated in a meeting of the policy committee this past week, and I also met with several members of the community about various issues.
Okay. Since our last public hearing, the Cities Association met. This is the association where representatives from every city from Santa Clara to discuss upcoming transportation meeting issues that they were attending. Particularly, the big thing of discussion was the possible loss of federal funding for Caltrain electrification. The League of Women Voters had Sunshine Week that Vice Mayor Rennie and I participated with. And it was Little League's opening day on Saturday that Vice Mayor Rennie and I were both at. And on Monday, the town manager and I met with the Chamber of Commerce to discuss upcoming issues. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. In addition to the items that you've mentioned, on 3/7, I presented at the Los Gatos Chamber about our Silicon Valley Clean Energy Authority. On 3/7 that evening, I also chaired the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Board. During that, just quickly, we approved several agreements, several policies. Of significance, we approved a change in rollout to combine Phase 2 and 3. We had 3 phases of rollout, so now 2 and 3 will be combined for 180 people, or accounts rather, commercial and residential, coming in on July 1st, and 57,000 accounts. It's 180,000 and 57,000 accounts starting April 1st. We also reviewed our mid-year budget with and approved changes due to this rollout. April 3rd is our launch event and is open to public in the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Authority offices. On March 9th, I attended the VTA Policy Advisory Committee. On March 13th, I was appointed to the Risk Management Oversight Committee for the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Authority, and on that date, we had a 3-hour training. Risk is related to energy purchasing and trading. We have bought all of our forecasted power for 2017 and 18 and large percentages for the years after, but on an hourly basis, our load may be more or less than forecasted. So we have contracted to a firm to buy and sell the differences needed on an hourly basis. They will also be buying a day ahead when load is expected to exceed forecast. So our job on this risk management oversight is to develop and oversee policy and procedures for this process. Some information there. On March 13th, I attended the Housing and Community Development Advisory Committee, which advises the Board of Supervisors on how to allocate federal CDBG, that's Community Development Block Grant funds. We this year are assuming that we will get a 14% cut from years past and allocated with that in mind. Although the Trump budget calls for a complete elimination of it, we're hoping the Republican Congress will ramp it down slower. Because of the loss of and there was several people that had presented at that for their agencies that we donate to. Also noted that also on the chopping block is the Office of Violence Against Women that funds some of these agencies, and they were asking the county to help try to make up some of the loss of funds they were expecting from that source. And so another thing to consider is the towns and cities also give money into these organizations, and we may want to consider increasing our donations to help make up for the shortfall so they don't have huge changes in their funding. One example would be the Senior Adult Legal Assistance is an organization that's being cut from $40K to $30K, so they're losing $10K, and they informed us that with this cut that they will have to eliminate their service to Saratoga and Los Gatos, for example. Moving on 3/14, I stood in for the mayor to accept with the Youth Commission an award from the county to the Youth Commission for its work on the smoking ordinance. We on the council and staff value highly the opportunity for our youth commission to learn and experience government. I'm personally impressed that the youth not only had a chance to participate, but to contribute at a high level such that they saved council work by providing us an exceptionally well-crafted ordinance. So congratulations to them on the award and the service they've done to the town and the council. Let's see, you mentioned that. And also on 3/16, I attended the Silicon Valley Housing Trust Investors Conference with electeds from all over the county. And then I would also like us to reconsider the high school zone from last week, which I can do since our last meeting 2 weeks ago. The residents of Alpine have since pointed out that we missed one good point. We used their pilot as a model, in a way, to create the high school zone. And the point that I checked through I watched the video again, and I think an important point that we missed was the starting time. The high school zone was supposed to start at 9. Their pilot has been starting at 7:30. So if you think through that, that means students can park on the street from 7:30 to 10:30 before they will get a ticket, which leaves them 3 hours. So it's not, I don't think it will be very effective either on Alpine or the rest of the high school zone. So with this, let me call it new evidence. I think I'll make a motion that we agendize and reconsider that decision.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am going to second the motion. I believe that we have new information, circumstances that warrant the motion under our ordinance. And consistent with Mr. Rennie said, I believe we need to give more consideration or new consideration to whether or not the residents of Alpine and other impacted streets had notice either at the policy committee or at the council level, and make sure that they do have notice. It's not clear to me if all the parking districts should have the same time frame throughout the year. And I think that, as Mr. Rennie said, we need to consider starting at 7:30 a.m.
Okay, so I'm going to ask Ms. Pravetti. Ms. Pravetti, could you give us a quick update on the status of this particular item?
Certainly. So at our last council meeting, the council did approve the modifications to the residential preferential parking program. So that means we're not encouraging or accepting new petitions for new streets. Second, the council agreed that we would maintain the parking permit program in all existing areas. Third, that we would take the pilot from Whitney and Alpine and say it was successful and then transition it into a permanent permit parking. And then in that sense, we also recognize that there's a more comprehensive approach that was needed. And so that was the motivation for the so-called high school zone, which would involve new streets that have not yet had the type of vetting that Whitney and Alpine have had. So we fully intend to do outreach to those new streets as well as to our existing streets in that area, Johnson, Cross, Whitney, and Alpine, regarding the proposed change. Based on that outreach, we intend to bring a resolution forward in May or June with the results of the outreach and the final streets that would be part of the preferential parking permit. We intend to collect data during the summer and fall and then bring back an assessment of how well it worked in December, and if there's any additional changes, we would be able to adjust at that time. So we still have quite a bit of process ahead.
And certainly when it comes back to you in May or June, you certainly could change hours or designation of the name of the zone, or could make any other changes you deem appropriate at that public hearing.
Okay, and then Mr. Schultz, if you could just remind me, legally, we have a motion for reconsideration. We have a second. I'll call a question. If it passes, we then put this on a future agenda. There's still no discussion on it since it hasn't been agendized for this meeting. Is that correct?
It's not just for a future agenda item. It's at your next agenda.
Okay.
It'll be in 2 weeks.
Okay. So without council members, any specific questions on process? So, Councilmember Johnson, I saw your hand raised. Do you have a question, a general question?
I do not have a question on process.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to call the question on the, I'm sorry, Councilmember
But I do
Johnson.
have a comment regarding the motion. I'm not going to be supporting the motion. When we thoroughly considered this at our last meeting. When the policy committee met with respect to this, we got information from the police department that originally parking districts have been created in town, one of them being basically the Almond Grove behind the downtown to alleviate problems with downtown parking and the residential area, one being Edelin for Old Town, and one being what was called at that time East Side. When the policy, so it always existed. When the policy committee considered changing the parking and the permitted preferential parking, we looked at that east side, and our goal was to create a parking, or call that what it was, a parking district that addressed parking within reasonable walking distance of the high school. So it's not a new zone, it is a renamed zone. The second thing is that at our last policy committee meeting, we had the opportunity to look at a comprehensive report that was done on parking in Los Gatos from, unfortunately, 2000, but it's out there. And one of the goals that the report very much advocated was a uniform parking policy throughout the town so that it was understandable for both residents and for those visiting the town. So I am not an advocate of creating special zones and special places that are hard to understand and require their own signage. Finally, we've all gotten lots of emails from residents on Alpine, and they address various concerns, one of them being the bottom of Alpine being what's referred to as a blind turn. That is redlined on both sides. The quote, change, unquote, that the council voted on last time was not to change, as originally recommended, the time limits on Alpine from 90 minutes to 2 hours, but to revert it back to 90 minutes for everything in the east side, now high school zone, to change it to a beginning time of 9 a.m. to 4 4 p.m., which amounted to an hour and a half difference on that street. The emails generally focused not on high school parking, but on salon employee parking. I'm an early riser, but I don't go to a salon at 7:30, so I have trouble thinking that's going to be a real issue, especially when there's a public parking lot right by the salon, which is, at least when I have gone by it, most times has available parking. The other issue is that the existing parking restrictions would not be enforced in the summer. That's due to the fact that high school parking and traffic issues decline dramatically, as indicated by the police department, and frankly, in my experience living on a high school route, it is true that they do decline in the summer. So to me, it is not at all unreasonable to not enforce, given the cost of enforcement and the time involved with enforcement, to do that in the summer. So in my mind, the council made a right and reasonable decision with respect to Alpine, and I cannot support a motion that would change that.
Okay. Councilmember Leonardis. Before I call on you, I just want to clarify again, the full discussion on should this be reconsidered, the actual discussion will be taking place at the next meeting, correct, Mr. Schultz?
That's correct.
Okay. Councilmember Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Sayoc. I will be supporting the motion, even though last time I made the motion that was not supported by the rest of the council, primarily because Los Gatos is not a one-size-fits-all community. I don't want to get too deep into the discussion this evening because we will do that next time. Just want to let everyone know, as well as confirm that I'm able to support the motion since I was on the losing end last time. I think so, because this is an entirely new motion.
Entirely new motion, and as I stated, even if the motion does fail, there will be another point for this discussion when it comes back to you in May and June.
Correct. So again, the motion is specifically to reconsider, to bring the item in for full discussion at the next meeting. We're not getting into the merits of the actual discussion. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No?
So it passes 4-1 with Councilmember Jensen dissenting. It will be coming back to the next council meeting. And again, a full staff report and a discussion will occur at that meeting. And once a reconsideration has occurred, that will be the final time the matter will be heard. So any further thoughts should be please included so that that can be fully vetted during the public hearing next time. Okay, staff, Mr. Schultz or Ms. Preveni, any final comments on this? Okay, so our next, Councilmember Spector, let's continue on with council reports.
Council matters, right, but a question with regard to this item at our next meeting, what will the noticing process be?
Again, this is not a state-required notice. We only need to do that for ordinance changes and certain land use items. We will do our best using our email addresses that we have for the affected area as well as next door to promote our council agenda on April 4th. The report will be available the Thursday prior, and we'll make that available as well, and we'll also put it on our What's New. So we don't have a formal legal requirement, so people should not be expecting postcards or letters in their mailbox. It's not going to be that kind of notice.
All right, then on council matters, I will encourage the community to notify one another. And note that since the last meeting, I have had a series of informal meetings with members of our development, residential and commercial communities, and have met with staff to examine town property. Thank you.
And Ms. Prevedi, Town Manager report.
Thank you. I would like to encourage our youth to sign up for our Youth Commission. We have several openings. The applications are due on April 28th. Thank you.
So now we turn to our consent agenda. We have 9 items on our consent agenda. These are items that will be taken action on with one motion. I do have agenda item number 8 and number 9 pulled. So council members, are there any other agenda items that would like to be pulled? Councilmember Jensen?
I don't necessarily want to pull it, but I have a question that could resolve my issue.
Yes.
So with respect to item 5.
Actually, just a second. Let's let this clear. And actually, Madam Clerk, if I can ask you to figure out what cards are remaining while we're answering these questions, that would be great.
Madam Mayor, may I thank you as an Alpine resident?
No.
I'm sorry, sir, but you may thank us at the next public hearing.
Very good. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Jensen? Okay.
Thank you. I have a question about item 5. Ms. Pravetti, you could probably answer it. My question is, given the communication that the town received from nonprofit housing with respect to our housing element, does the council's action in approving potentially item 5 have any effect on that communication that we received or the response?
No.
Okay, thank you. So I won't pull it.
And so I'm looking to the audience. Right now we have agenda item 8 and 9 pulled. Seeing none other, so I'll look to a motion for the remaining consent agenda. Councilmember Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor. Move to approve consent calendar exclusive of items 8 and 9.
Okay, a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Consent agenda 1 through 7 passes unanimously. Okay. And we are now at agenda item 8 that has been pulled, and it is PPW job number 16-811-9901, the annual street repair and resurfacing project. And Ms. Dorner, would you like to provide information on why you, I'm sorry, does staff provide the quick, I apologize, thank you.
So thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members. Lisa Peterson, Town Engineer. I'm here tonight to request that the Town Council authorize the budget adjustment of $414,000 from the Albright development fees to the 2016-17 annual street maintenance project, and also approve the plans and specifications for the project for the slurry seal and the arterial street overlay project. Authorize the bid. Authorize the bid, and also authorize the town manager to award both pavement projects up to a total budget amount of $2,733,877, including additive alternates and a 10% contingency. And I did have a couple slides I wanted to show. Maybe. Not on. Sorry, I think I got it now. Thank you. So one of the things that I did want to point out was something that was in the council report where we talked about the importance of awarding our annual street maintenance project each year. And if we do miss a year awarding this project, what happens is our pavement condition index then starts dropping much more dramatically. So it is very important for us to get this project out on a yearly basis. The other thing that I wanted to mention is this is really the time of year we want to get these projects out. So if we push these projects later in the year, in the summer, oftentimes contractors get their schedules filled up. And so what we see, and we have seen here even at the town, is that we end up getting higher costs. So this year for the 2016-17 annual street project, what we have done is we have separated it into 2 projects. So we've separated it into an arterial asphalt overlay project and also into a slurry seal project. And the reason that we have done that is because this is going to save the town money. Now, the projects are non-related, and what that means is a asphalt overlay contractor would not need to have a slurry seal contractor on his team to get the job done. Now, if we did force the contractor to do that by putting out one project, what would happen is they would put a big markup on the other contractor's work. And oftentimes that markup is pretty substantial. It can be 10% to 15% of the total subs bid price. So the first project that I'll talk about is our arterial street overlay project. And just to remind council, an asphalt overlay is a structural section of asphalt concrete that gets laid over an existing asphalt concrete pavement. And usually there needs to be a little grinding that goes along with this in order to get that in place. So the proposed project for this year is on Blossom Hill Road, and the locations are from Los Gatos Boulevard to Cherry Blossom Lane, and also a section on Blossom Hill Road between Gatos Road and Harwood Road, and that's on the south side of the road because that is the side that the town owns. The north side of that road is actually owned by San Jose. And we also are asking council to go ahead and allocate $414,000 from the Albright development fees to the 2016-17 project, street project. The reason we're requesting that is that will allow us to also add on a section of Lark Avenue from Winchester Boulevard to Arroyo Grande. And this $414,000 does not come from the community benefit for the Albright project, so there are no restrictions on that money. However, we actually have picked a location that is near the Albright project. The second project is a slurry seal project. And as discussed with the council at our pavement management program update for you in November, it is the best practice in pavement management to keep our good streets in good condition. We do this by often using slurry seals. And a slurry seal is an asphalt emulsion, thin emulsion, that goes over an existing asphalt concrete street. And what this does is it provides a wearing surface, and it also prevents the intrusion of water into that asphalt concrete structural section below, which is why oftentimes our pavements deteriorate. This is also a very cost-effective way to maintain roads, and putting a slurry seal on does not require us to upgrade ADA ramps, which many of the other treatments do require that. And as we have seen in the town, we do get substantial there's a substantial cost difference between slurry seal and other treatments. So we've even seen from our bids, for instance, that a rubber cape seal is going to be about 3 times the cost of a slurry seal, and an asphalt overlay is going to be about 18 times the cost of a slurry seal. So that is why it's a big part of pavement maintenance to try to get on your streets when they're in good condition. So the slurry seal project this year, we're proposing to put a slurry seal on Los Gatos Boulevard from Highway 9 to Lark Avenue. We're also proposing a little bit of crack filling. It's a very small component of the project on Blossom Hill Road from West Hill Drive to Gatos Road. This is just to prevent that section of pavement from dropping into any worse condition. We did also put on some additive alternates. There's 8 groups of residential streets. Now, these would only be added to the project should we get favorable bids, which would mean that the bids would need to come in lower than the engineer's estimate. So we do have a unique opportunity with the Los Gatos Boulevard project, slurry seal project. When you do a slurry seal, ultimately you do need to come back and put the striping back in place. So in lieu of coming back and putting the striping back in the same location, recently the council did approve the Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan. And the Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan does recommend some striping changes on Los Gatos Boulevard that are easily implemented when you're coming in and restriping the surface after a slurry seal. So we are actually recommending putting in some of the components from the Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan onto Los Gatos Boulevard. What it requires is some moving of the striping, some narrowing a little bit of the travel lanes, and a little bit of additional striping. So some of the things that we are recommending putting in place would be some sections of stripe buffered bike lanes. We would be able to get that on Los Gatos Boulevard, also on the overlay sections of streets as well. Also, we would be able to get some areas of green bike lane on Los Gatos Boulevard at the Blossom Hill Road intersection. We'd be able to get in some more high visibility crosswalks. On Los Gatos Boulevard, we'd be able to get in a interim class 2 bike lane from about Blossom Hill Road all the way up to Lark Avenue. and get in some of the green back bike symbols. These are just bike symbols that have the green backing. They stand out more. You've seen it on Highway 9 as you go east, right before you get to Los Gatos Boulevard. And so here's some examples. So here's the buffered bike lane. As you can see, you get buffered bike lanes are typically 2 to 4 foot striped areas between a Class 2 bike lane and the travel way. It allows the bicyclists to feel much more comfortable when they're traveling down the roadway. The high visibility crosswalks, which you have seen around town and particularly around schools. And also the greenback bike symbols, which I mentioned, are currently, there is one on Highway 9 going eastbound. So our recommendation is that the council authorize the budget adjustment for $414,000 from the Albright development fees, approve the plans and the specifications for both the slurry seal project and the arterial overlay project, and authorize the bid, and authorize the town manager then to award both projects up to a total cost of $2,733,877, and that would include the contingency and any at alternates if we were able to get those in with the bids. Thank you very much, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have. So you will have several. I'm just going to go left to right. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, especially the going the left to right. Clarification. The staff report and the written one and this evening reference fiscal year 16-17. And so I need clarification on the process. Were these projects that we approved in our capital improvement projects that we approved in our 16-17 budget? And if so, wouldn't we have approved the funding and the right to do these projects back then? Or why is it coming to us now?
So every year, the council, through their budget process, approves pavement maintenance programs, and there's two actual funding sources that the pavement maintenance projects come from. So one of those projects is the annual street repair and resurfacing project, and I believe that one is about $1,050,000 that the council puts in there each year, and the other one is the pavement rehabilitation and crack seal project, and so that one is, I think it's about $250,000 each year for that. So typically what we do is we combine those projects for one total lump sum that we put towards street maintenance in the town, and as we move probably into this next budget process, we'll probably recommend just combining those two, because typically we do keep both of those together to do our street maintenance.
And let me just add that our budgeting is to deliver these projects takes multiple steps. So the first step was the one that you identified in terms of the June budget adoption of our capital improvement plan. Tonight, you're being asked to approve the plans and specs so we can go out to bid. That is a requirement that the council take that proactive step. The reason why we're augmenting the budget is that we found a project that has a linkage to the development fees from Albright. So that's another reason why it takes a council action.
So the 2.5 million is more than this council approved for these CIP projects in for our 16-17 budget.
So some of this money is what we call rollover dollars, because there was a year that the council did not approve a project. So some of those rollover dollars have, shown up, and they are available for us to use in order to try to augment our pavement condition index throughout the town. So that's why that number is higher.
And I did look at the CIP for last year, for 16-17. I saw the line items or agenda or line items that you were mentioning, but I didn't see this kind of funding for them. That's why I raised the question. The other question is that you talked in your staff report about the benefit of maintaining roads that are in good condition so that it helps keep our PCI more elevated. Then my question is, given that paradigm, what happens to the roads that are in bad condition and don't get repaired?
So typically with pavement maintenance programs, what they're trying to do is they're trying to catch streets before they drop into worse condition categories. So streets that are already down into a reconstruction category, and a good example is the Almond Grove streets. So once those reached a reconstruction category, those streets sort of stayed on the sideline until special funding was found in order to reconstruct them.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So it's not lost on me that all your money is going to arterial streets, and as we're all aware, the PCI index has arterial streets have an outsized effect on the PCI index, and we're all aware that Measure B, if we reach a PCI of 70, we get more discretion on how we get to spend our Measure B funds. So, you know, two questions. Did you do this intentionally to manage our PCI, and will we get to 70 with this change, or what effect will it have?
I think definitely when we came to council last time, there was certainly a discussion about getting onto the arterial roadways. Also, when we did run our Street Saver program, those were some of the streets that popped out, those sections that we are moving forward with. I'm sorry, your second question was?
Will we make it to 70 PCI after we do this, or will we move the needle? How much will we move the needle?
So as we talked about in the council report, there's certain budgeting that we need each year in order to get to a 70 PCI. What ultimately this would do, it will push up our PCI, maybe 1 point. However, ultimately, if we can stay on the same funding trajectory that we have, as mentioned in the report, we're going to be dropping, about 3 points, 2 to 3 points per year until we start putting more funding into the streets. Street Saver tells us, and also the report that was done by QES that was provided to council at the November meeting, I believe it showed that we needed to put in about $3 million per year in our streets in order to maintain a PCI of 70, get to that point and then maintain that.
So if I could just follow on. So as we go on, every dollar isn't going to have the same effect because we're going to run out of arterial streets, and then maybe we'll do collector streets. So we're not going to have as much effect on our PCI index as we have to move to the streets that aren't counted as highly. So this, since you're putting it here first, we should get the biggest movement now and maybe less movement next year unless we find some more arterials that are bad need of it.
Well, again, it's important to remember those costs that I showed up on the screen. So, for your arterial roadways, you're going to end up being able to do a lot less just because they're so much more expensive. Whereas when you do get onto residential, even collector streets, if you're doing slurry seals, even rubber cape seals, you'll be able to cover more area. So there'll be more area that will increase in the PCI value.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Johnson?
This was really, I saw Mr. Morley had his hand up and wanted to address something with respect to what Ms. Spector was asking, so I wanted to find out what you wanted to say.
Thank you. I was going to clarify on the budgeting. So we had separated out our original budgeting that was in our CIP, and the CIP budget book doesn't necessarily reflect what's accurately there because it's a snapshot in time that's taken a full year ago at this point, and has changed over time as dollars have been carried over. And more importantly, the additional dollars from the Albright development fees is a separate item in a separate section of pavement. So we wanted to call that out separately for you. So that's a section that's not in our budget but is called out separately so that you could have full disclosure on funding that particular stretch of pavement.
And actually, since we're going left to right, I'm going to call myself next. Ms. Peterson, a couple things that you said made me prompted questions. The first with regard to the November QES report that we saw. In it at that time, we had not included the Broadway and Bachman. I can't even remember if we've certified the completion at that date, but those weren't included. And since those were had such a small PCI that are now large, I'm assuming at 100%, how did that raise our PCI total to what it is now? And then, so that's the first question. And then the second is this whole snapshot in time. I know we talk a lot about Measure B and having to capture the 70 for Measure B. So my question is, at what point are they looking at our PCI? And also, at what point are they looking at the maintenance funding level that we have to maintain? Is it, so those are my two questions.
Okay, thank you. So regarding your first question, I think I have discussed with council in the past, what would happen to our overall pavement condition index when we complete even all of the Almond Grove streets. And what I have said in the past is because there's such a very small percentage of our total streets, we're only talking about 3%, and because they are residential streets, that consequently they don't really have too much effect on our overall PCI. So completing those would not move our pavement condition index. And regarding the snapshot in time question and Measure B, I think I'll refer that to Director Morley, since he's been intimately involved with that.
Thank you. So the answer to the first question on when will they be looking at that snapshot in time, it will be the year before that funding is allocated. So for us, it will, for the next 2-year cycle, it will be our PCI as it is now. Keep in mind that this is a 30-year measure, so we're able to catch that up over time. So at the point that we get to 70, we'll achieve that flexibility with our pavement maintenance funding, and that will allow us to divert that funding to increase its use to include congestion management as well as pavement maintenance. And that will have to be a decision at that point of whether council's interested in addressing congestion management as well as pavement maintenance and splitting the funds a little bit. In terms of the maintenance of effort, as it's being called, and how much funding that we're allocating, the current proposal is a 3-year proposal, so a lagging 3 years. So for the next for VTA for the next cycle, it would include our budget document for 16-17 and the 2 years prior. And there is quite a bit of discussion right now on whether that stands or not. It impacts various communities in very significant ways, including us, in terms of the allocations that we've made to pavement maintenance. If you think that potentially the Almond Grove could be included in that calculation as pavement maintenance. So there's a little bit of work that we're still doing on that end and identifying exactly what is that maintenance of effort and working towards a definition of it.
And a follow-up to that, that was my next question, because since we're looking at if 16-17 could be included, and this budget includes rollover from a previous year, are we hurting ourselves because now we've put ourselves at a threshold that we may not be able to continue on a yearly basis? So when does that decision have to be made at what snapshot of budgets they're looking at?
So that's what we're working on now with VTA, and it's, as I mentioned, a significant impact for a lot of jurisdictions. Cupertino provided an example where 5 years ago they were funding pavement maintenance at $1 million a year. Because of a significant project with Apple, they are now funding it at $8 million a year. They know that that's not a maintainable effort for them, but that is where their target would be. So we're in a similar situation with our pavement maintenance efforts. So we're fighting hard with VTA to align the criteria with something that's realistic for us, not including potentially the economic times that we're in, where we may have a few extra dollars for pavement maintenance. In terms of what the right decision is from a maintenance and operations perspective, we wouldn't want to look at an unknown potential in the future and not do maintenance because of that, because the significance is in the drop in our PCI and catching up to that. So if we don't invest in our pavement on an annual basis, we see that drop pretty precipitously and fairly quickly, and we want to avoid that wherever possible, because it's hard to recover from a dollars perspective, hard to recover from those drops.
And I promise one last question on the street saver. So when we certified, again, it's a large process question, but when we certified the 2 streets on Broadway and Bachman, does that then get updated? So regardless if it's small, but has that been entered into QES so that now it reflects that those streets are pristine and at 100?
Yes, so what we do is we have somebody internally who, once we finish our pavement maintenance programs, they go and they update the PCIs based on the requirements for updating those PCIs. Okay,
And so
I did
think-
want to add one thing about the Measure B, and to keep in mind that we did not put out a pavement project in 2014. So if they did average it, then of course, you know, they'd be averaging a 0 for that year.
Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Sayak. It seems as though in the good old days, we would put the plans and specs out and we'd get all the bids, and then the council would get to see a summary of the bids. There was a page in our report that showed what everybody bid and then who we were going to select based on the lowest competent bidder, or whatever we called it. And I have not seen that in this report. So just curious why we're not including that information.
Sure. So I think in the past, what we've been doing is we have been coming to council in the same manner where we have been ultimately having the town manager award the project. And the reason that we've been doing that is because ultimately we don't really have any choice who the project is awarded to. It has to be awarded to the lowest responsible bidder. What we have been doing is we've been providing that information to council through the council memos, and that information has been provided on the town website for anybody who's interested to see what that information is and what those results are.
So, Ms. Peterson, if I understand you correctly, we have a series of bids on the town website that are available for viewing at this time for the public and the council?
So as we have had those bids, we've sent them to the council and given the council what the bid results were in the council memo. I would have to look to see which bids we have up there currently. Most of them would be relatively old probably by this point, but I think they're probably still up there.
So another question for you. Fundamentally, it's difficult because you're asking me to approve $2.7 million. And what if it's only $1.7 million? There's $1 million that is extra. So I prefer to get the bids up front, obviously put the plans and specs out there, get the bids up front, and then allocate exactly the amount of money. And I remember we hold back the 15% and we make sure that the job is done well and done right. And then we would subsequently award the 15% in consent items or whatever else. Right now I feel like I'm just approving a large sum of money with no actual, it's like you open the hamburger and there's no meat on the bun. So where did the meat go? To our reports. And it's very difficult. We sit here and we wrangle over things like unfunded pension liabilities and where to spend this $50,000 and all these things, and we don't know if we're putting ourselves at a disadvantage financially if we're throwing a bunch of money out there that we might not be required.
If I could respond to that one. Certainly bringing the bids back to the council is an option that we can do. It's something that we've moved away from because of the missing discretion there. So the council doesn't have a discretion on who to award to, simply on whether to award the project based on the specifications. So what we've done to cut some of the time out of the process and to allow us to get to bid, award, and project construction quickly, so we can take advantage of the time of year where we're at, where we're getting good prices, is to try and streamline that a little bit. That allows you to see the plans and the specifications, what the engineer's estimate is, and in that engineer's estimate also it gives you the estimate of the project and a commitment that the project won't go over that amount. And obviously staff's looking to maximize the dollar to get every value of out of the dollar that we possibly can to get these projects done. So that's the move that we're looking towards. It takes probably three or 4 weeks out of the award process and doesn't really change the council's discretion at all. You have the opportunity to weigh in on the project all the way along.
Okay, so I'll go back around. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you. I agree with Mr. Leonardis. This is a lot of money, and I raised the issue of concern about not seeing it in the 16-17 capital improvement project book. And I, for one, would not want the bids to be on the computer, and so I have to go look them up. I would like to see them. Ideally, I would like to see them before I decide how to spend $2.7 million.
Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Sack. So my understanding, which could be wrong, we can't bid a project until council has approved the money. Is that correct? So this is us approving the money so you can go bid the project.
So that's definitely true on, sorry, Lisa, that's definitely true on the project. We need the funds in order to bid the project. You can, at your discretion, not provide for the town manager's authority to award the project and request that staff come back with that award. If that's your choice, we would still be looking for approval of plans and specifications, and then if you so choose, then the additional allocation of funding from the Albright development, so that we can have the ability to award that ad alternate to the project. In that case, you would be setting aside those dollars, so that we have the ability to fund the project should we bid it. We can't bid a project without having available funds to do so.
Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson?
I apologize for belaboring this, but I'm just trying to figure out exactly which comes first in the timeline. I had thought I understood either Ms. Peterson or Mr. Morley to say that there was some money that was allocated that we already did. I don't know how much that is. And that this is coming back to us because we found other dollars being consisting of 1, rollover funds, 2, Albright funds. So my question is, what was original? Are we talking about a new allocation of 2.7 million? I don't think we are. What are we talking about a new allocation of?
You want to take it? So on this table, we have the two project lines: street repair and resurfacing, and pavement rehabilitation crack seal, for $3.2 million and $600,000. That's the available budget funding. Down 2 lines, you can see the Albright contribution at $414,000. There has been a few dollars expended, but the balance numbers roll across. So we try and get this information to you all the way through the entire process as we're going forward. So this is not what the snapshot in time shows in our budget book, but actually what our financial software shows that we have available dollars as that changes over the course of time. So in the 16-17 expended encumbered to date, if I recall correctly, are projects that we've done. Is that correct, Lisa?
Yes.
Okay, so that is showing us that we're, based upon what you're showing us there, tonight we're not really necessarily allocating new dollars, or your request is not for new dollars.
The new dollars
Right
that we're
or wrong?
asking for is the bottom line here, the Albright dollars.
Okay, the $414,000.
The rest have been included through the budget process.
Okay, so that's my first question. My second question is, again, to make sure I understand. In order to, we do not have any bids on this project now. You would like the council to say, fine, go out and bid, so you don't have a bid to show us because we have not approved you doing that yet.
Correct.
Okay. My third question is, if we were to accept your recommendation, authorize the funds, basically add the $414,000, say the project is okay with us, go out to bid, you could bring that back to us, or we could authorize the funds, and if we had authorized more funds than it was actually going to cost, that's when you're suggesting that you could do the alternate additional streets. I asked that really poorly. We allocate X, the bid is Y, Y is less. You would use the remaining, that delta, for additional streets that you're proposing in your recommendation.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sayoc. In reference to some comments that were made earlier, if we have as much as potentially $4.3 million available, why would we be negotiating in bad faith, or how can I say it more politely, not able to release a project with specs to the public to bid on if the amount is projected to be $2.7 million? Don't we have more than enough projected funds in the restricted accounts? And then the other comment I have is, we have a huge capital improvement budget. We just got through our budget in our strategic goals, I think in February, and there was a lot of competing needs for funds, including a lot of CIP funds. And if we allocate too much at this time, we might be putting ourselves at a disadvantage for other CIP projects. So to me, it makes more sense to go out and bid the projects and then release the funds. In addition to that, we're looking at moving money from the Albright Fund, $414,000. How do we know that we will even need to do that? And one more question is, what is the total amount of funds in that Albright Fund?
So I'll take a couple of the budget items. Maybe, Lisa, you can look up the total amount in the Albright Fund, and it may be in the staff report. So the 2.7 million is what was budgeted in the 16-17 budget process. So that was done this time last year. Those were the dollars that you told us that you wanted to commit to pavement maintenance through the 16-17 year. We led our pavement maintenance projects in this time of year, so they lag a little bit because by the time we get approval on July 1st, it's really too late to bid a project for that year. All of the contractors have filled up their load for the summer, and so our prices escalate. So we hold and we let the project in this time of year, the early spring, so that we can do the work in the summer when it's the right time to do our maintenance. So that's why you see that little bit of a lag. We will have additional dollars and additional CIP discussion this coming year, and that will provide your flexibility to talk about that. And as I think we recalled, we held back $900,000 for additional pavement maintenance beyond what we typically program for pavement maintenance, and that's your discretionary dollars, as is all of the pavement maintenance dollars on how you want to allocate that to pavement maintenance or to some other capital project. These are dollars that you told us to move forward with for pavement maintenance with this current CIP that we are in right now. In terms of the Albright dollars,
Sure. So the Albright dollars include, and this is in the staff report under Albright development fee allocation, it includes $486,461 from the $1 per square foot fee, and that had no council set limits on its use. And also there was an additional $350,000 that was paid as part of a settlement agreement, and the council did restrict the use of those funds, and we were proposing using the development fee funds, which have no limitations on their use.
So if it was the case that our bids came in very unexpectedly low and we didn't need to tap the Albright dollars or only a portion of them, then those dollars would remain where they are, which is in a separate account within our GFAR.
Thank you, Mayor Sack. Just one more question. It was discussed earlier about restriping some of the areas along Los Gatos Boulevard, Blossom Hill Road, bicycle safety improvements. And since it's being considered that part of Lark Avenue will be repaved, I'm assuming it will be restriped. And it's probably no secret of mine, but the intersection of Charter Oaks and Lark Avenue seems to me there should be keep clear on that intersection. And I know there's been not overwhelming, how can I say it, acceptance of that concept, but I've personally witnessed about 3 accidents there in the last year, and it's tough coming out of there. It's a high area for the trail users, high traffic area for the trail users, with the Netflix employees using the trail and the street going through Charter Oaks. This, in addition to the trail being flooded and non-usable, there's been an increased amount of pedestrian traffic there. So I'm just curious if we could consider the concept of using or installing a keep clear at that intersection, because it is very daunting to come in and out of there, and I think it's an unsafe situation.
So the town attorney may want to weigh in on a keep clear, but from the town's perspective, from the town engineering perspective, the keep clear has been shown to be an unsafe condition, especially on a wide street like that. It provides for a sense of confidence for people crossing that keep clear section that has led to some serious incidences for the town in the past. As a result of that, you're not likely to see a recommendation for a keep clear out of Parks and Public Works Department. It would need to be something that was directed from the council, and then we'd work with the town attorney from that perspective.
Just a real quick question. You have to rely on your design experts for the design of these roads and streets, because as he said, if we deviate from what the expert states, we don't have our design immunities, and that's exactly what happened with the Keep Clear situation, is that we did not have a design for that and the design immunities, and that's where liability can occur. So we should not deviate if in fact our design experts say that's not where a Keep Clear should be.
And we still have public testimony, so you have a couple more questions, but let's focus on questions to staff. I'll open it up for public comments, and then we can discuss further if there's further discussion. Correct.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one more question regarding the Keep Clear. So what's effectively happening there now is the folks who are going down Lark Avenue and they're getting stopped at University Avenue, the new light there, which is a new condition, of course. Also, the intersection of Winchester and Lark is a new condition. It was reconfigured. But to make a long story short, they're forming their own Keep Clear. They're basically queuing up. Some of them will do it, some of them won't do it, which, in my opinion, presents a more dangerous condition. So based on the comments that the attorney mentioned, I think it would be wise to at least consider consulting with the traffic engineer. If we were going to be repaving that area, this would be an opportune time to do that. There's a Keep Clear over by Millrise Court or whatever, and that seems to work well in that area. It's only a couple blocks down the road, but it's almost a necessity there. I see at this point with the amount of traffic that's going through there and what is naturally happening anyway.
So I can agree with you completely. I think that section of Lark Avenue is congested at this point, and a solution is definitely in need. We will revisit the Keep Clear with traffic engineer and bring in a consultant to give us an opinion on that as well, to try and look for a solution that will alleviate the challenges that you're seeing there.
Thank you.
So I am going to open it up for public testimony. Ms. Dorner, you pulled the card.
Hello, Angelia Dorner, proud resident of the Almond Grove. I have a lot of comments that I can add to some of this discussion as to the Measure B annual investments, as well as those budget amounts. If anyone wants to ask me afterwards, I had not planned to do that. However, I wanted to say that the QES report, I don't know if anyone was listening. I know you all were. I'm just not sure if staff was listening to the report or looking at the analysis that I provided as a desk item several council meetings ago related to the QES report, the fact that it is not a credible tool for the bidding process. I'm only going to hit on some highlights here just to try to emphasize the fact that I don't think we're ready to get a scope until some of these other things are taken care of. This thing has no consideration for what I did report to you earlier. I focused on the mechanics and the data which is within the Street Saver program that was utilized by QES. One of the most important things, you referred to Broadway and Bachman, but there was $1.6 million worth of money spent last summer for a lot of residential streets that had an average PCI of 25 as well. That has not been updated in addition to the PCC streets. So I am confident that those things need to be put into the Street Saver and rerun so that we can see the current point in time and the current results out of Street Saver before you make budgetary considerations of this magnitude. Now, there was 600, I'm not going to get into the budget numbers unless someone asks me to. One of the primary things that is wrong with the Street Saver program itself is that they told you that these dates, the prices were updated to current prices, et cetera, et cetera. I dug into the details. I looked at these costs and I went back and looked at actual bids. Back in August of 15, we rejected a bid that fiscal year for $900,000 because they said it was too high. I use those costs. If you see the 710, that is for the rubber cape seal process that, that we were doing at that time. The other biggest magnitude of the whole entire bid is traffic and mobilization. So traffic controls 20% of that total bid amount, so I added that. I went ahead and added a 15% contingency to allow for some kind of a pricing variability from that year to this year. I went ahead and then looked at the March approved bid, which, so I compared actuals to what's in Street Saver. The costs that are in Street Saver are so significantly overstated, it's ridiculous. Even if you were to use an average of these two, including these traffic control, including a 15% price variability consideration, you're looking at somewhere close to 80% overstated. Those are the numbers that Street Saver is spitting out. Why slurry sale? Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Dorner. Council members, any questions? Council member Spector?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to see if I understand what you're saying vis-a-vis this staff report. And so correct me if I'm wrong, or tell me if I'm right.
Okay.
Are you saying that because the Street Saver numbers are inaccurate, for the reasons you stated, that the numbers being requested, 2 million plus, are overstated? Or what are you telling us, again, as it relates to this budget item?
As it relates to the staff report is referring specifically to amounts derived from the scenarios within that QES report. That QES report is utilizing PCI determinations as of August of 15, and supposedly was updated to reflect current prices. The latest revision date on the QES report is beyond the bid that we approved in March of 2016. So you would expect that those prices would be considered in the QES report. That is not what is in there. What is in there is this $13, even if you went back and looked at the higher costs. So those are the numbers. That 13 that I showed here, these numbers are the ones that Street Saver says, what based on this street and the PCI, you have told me this is the kind of treatment that you want to do. And this is how much you told me it's going to cost. And therefore, I'm going to do my computations and tell you what those dollars are that you should budget for and spend. If those cost factors are too high within Street Saver, then obviously every single number that comes out of that QES report or Street Saver program is going to be overstated. And then when they take those numbers off Street Saver, they go ahead and add another 15% for change orders or potential contingencies in the scope of the work.
Thank you.
Councilmember Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Sack. So, Ms. Dorner, based on what you just said, if we're looking at a 2.7 million request in our staff report, what do you think that number should be according to your projections?
First off, I want to say that I am not questioning the need for work on our streets, and I am not questioning the picking of the streets or that kind of a thing. However, the information provided to you is not adequate to determine what might be the appropriate amount of investment. If you had a scenario out of Street Saver that was rerun as of now with the 2 PCC streets done at 100, as well as all of the streets that were done during the summer of another $1.2, $1.3 million of very low PCI streets, then some of the other streets would come down, obviously, but the overall effect will probably give you a PCI closer to 70 than you think, than what these numbers are based on. So my problem with that budget thing, and you say, well, what is the appropriate amount? What is currently on that page that Matt showed you has no relationship to what actual costs have been coming through on this type of work. If I could show you one example. The slurry seal project that they've referred to, and I'm taking this information directly from the bid sheet, which you are approving tonight, okay? It is asking for 102,000 square feet of slurry seal on these residential streets and on LGB. The price of slurry seal alone is $2. That's where the differential comes in when you're talking about the 3 times. If you do a rubber cape seal, it's 3 times. And Lisa's right, it's 3 times more expensive because a slurry seal is only $2. A cape seal is like 6 or so, which is what I showed on that earlier slide. So if you take that out over here, the thing they're not telling you, on those same streets, they're doing 29,000 square feet of 6-inch digouts. That's the most expensive work to do on these streets because it's so manually intensive. So you've got to ask yourself, and I use these amounts, these dollar amounts are out of the most recent bid that we did this last summer. These are actual numbers. So if you were to look at this, the majority of what we have built into that bid has nothing to do with the slurry seal. It has to do with the fact that we're doing 6-inch digouts and then doing a slurry seal over the top, hoping that that's going to be good enough instead of a rubber cape seal. I don't think it's saving us money, that much money at all. And my question, my concern is if we're setting ourselves up by doing this level of work and knowing that maybe 4 years from now, it's not going to be holding up the way that we expected a rubber cape seal to hold up. The other primary thing is that why did we switch? Why did we switch from doing rubber cape seal on all of these streets, which we have been doing consistently since at least as early as 2010, as far as I can go back and track? Why are now we are saying today, we're just going to do slurry seal on some of these streets, and what we think it'll give us a better impact on PCI? Well, I'm here to tell you the reason. It'll be in the next agenda item, which happens to be curb ramps. When you do slurry seals, you don't have to update your ADA curb ramps. But if you do rubber cape seal, you do. So are they trying to mimic the effect of a cape seal here by doing all this extra work? So with what they've given you, you can't really even determine it.
Ms. Dorner,
Too much.
Councilmember Leonardis, did that answer your question?
It answered more questions than I actually asked.
Okay, thank you.
And that's the
Okay.
problem. I don't think you should approve
Ms.
the
Dorner,
scope.
Ms. Dorner, okay. Okay, would anyone else like to speak on this subject?
Hi, Maria Risto, 85 Broadway. I wasn't intending to speak on this. I didn't know it would be pulled, and my engineering background does not extend into streets, so I'm not going to go there. But as a member of Transportation and Parking, as someone who's served on the BPAC, and somebody who works with Safe Routes to School, what I wanted to give staff kudos for is with this project, however you end up approving it, the fact that the staff worked in a way to restripe so that we can move forward with the newly approved pedestrian and bike master plan. I'm really excited. There was so much buy-in from Safe Routes to School and the commissions that if we do the paving this summer, immediately, before the next school year, we're going to have buffered bike lanes, we're going to have greenback, we're going to have very visible, large areas of safer areas for people to bike by this summer. And I think that visual impact, seeing an immediate change is going to be a big boost. And so, however this all plays out in the weeds, I'm hoping when we get to the top level that we do get the opportunity when the street is repaved to do the striping as staff has proposed, because I think they've done a great job with the idea that, you know, once you've done this surface, you've got 8 more years until you have another opportunity. So let's make sure that we get the improved striping done with this project.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Risto. Any other speakers? Okay, so I am going to close public testimony on this. I turn to staff if there's further questions I turn to council if there's further questions of staff. Ms. Pravetti, yes.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we need to clarify the record for some of the things that were just put on the table, because we do not use the QES report to determine what numbers we put in our capital improvement program. The numbers in our capital improvement program are actual dollars that this council has very carefully saved and put aside for our annual street repair project. This is an annual project, and as documented in the staff report, the identification of the scope of that project has many steps. One very small step involves Street Saver. All the rest of the steps involve going out to the field, our experience, listening to our community. So we want to make sure that the council is focusing on the project that's before you, which is a street resurfacing project. It's an annual investment in our infrastructure. We have an independent engineer's estimate that does the estimate that is before you. And for your consideration, you know, if you would like us to bring back bids, we can do that. It would probably be in May, and then we may not be able to successfully complete the project, but we'll get as much done as possible. So I just want to clarify some of the things that were said, because this is an annual program based on our existing CIP. Dollars are available. We have a little bit more carryover, so that's why you see slightly larger numbers than what was in the published CIP back last May. But these are real dollars. The other discretion for your consideration is the $400,000 or so from Albright. If you feel that that's not the appropriate use and you want to wait and see for something else, we're fine with that. We just, since we had been talking about Albright, we thought, well, what's our first opportunity? And so with that, I just offer if Director or Lisa want to add.
Yeah, so I also did want to interject that we do not use Street Saver for costing, so that was not correct. So we actually do a very in-depth engineer's estimate, and how we get that estimate, the one that was provided for this project, is we pull recent bids. So this is all based on recent bids from recent cities and what we've been seeing. So this is, we feel, fairly confident with what we have on our engineer's estimate, because some of these bids really are just from maybe 4 weeks ago.
And if I can bring you back to our conversation last year when we talked and the opportunities that we provided for the council to go out and visit the projects as we were doing them, we talked about the quantity-based projects that we're letting. So we're paying these contracts based on the quantity of material that is applied out in the street. We're providing the contractor with information on where we want that to happen. So we're trying to maximize, for instance, the locations so that they're central to each other, trying to make a very smart project so the contractor has the ability to keep their unit costs low. Ultimately, we pay those unit costs, and we try and estimate the number of units to maximize the allocated budget. So the goal is to utilize that budget. It's important to utilize that budget on street maintenance so that we can get the best bang for our buck and to keep the street system in good shape. That's why we have add alternates is another example. So that provides a little bit of capacity to really maximize, get those improvements done this year when it really matters the most, get them done sooner rather than waiting for another year for them to happen. What you saw from last year, and the reason that the numbers change over time, is that the bids came in good, and we awarded the project, and we didn't have to spend all of our money, so we had some leftover money. That money stays in the program, in that project, under street maintenance, into the next year, and carries into the available balance for the next year. So those are dollars on an ongoing basis. When you say that you want them in street maintenance on an annual basis, that's where those dollars stay. They stay there year after year, and we continue to look to use those for street maintenance. That's the priority that we've been given. So that's how we're allocating those dollars. That's how we're spending them. It's very transparent, as we reviewed with you last year, in terms of how the dollars are spent. So it's an efficient use of our dollars across our inventory.
Mr. Schultz, did you want? I saw you.
I think it's been said, but the process requires the estimate from an engineer, and the engineer prepares that estimate and tries to do his best ability to make an estimate for you to look at. It is just an estimate, though, that's done by engineering, and what the process involves in is this bidding, this closed bid. It's not mentioned it was negotiations. There is no negotiations. They have the plans and specs, and they bid it, and it has to be awarded to the lowest responsible bidder. I have seen in times, and that's where even with this estimate, you don't know when this goes out to bid, all the contractors might be so busy, they don't need this work. So then, of course, their bidding is much higher. They don't want to bid on it at all. On the other token, you might catch it at a special time when you have a contractor who's working right over in Saratoga that says, I can do this, and it works out great for mobilization. So there's a process involved here where the engineer's estimate is just at an estimate. When the bids come in, that's when you can approve the contract. Staff has tried to eliminate that last step of having it come back to council for approval, but that's within your discretion. By eliminating council, because it really isn't a discretion whether you do. You can reject all bids, but that usually happens when the bids come in above the number that you've approved from the budget. If they come in below the budget amount, the contract is for that amount. It still has the 15% retention that's done, and all of those things are still in place. But because you authorize 2.3 million and it comes in at 1.7, that doesn't mean that there's still 2.3. The contract will be for 1.7. So I hope that helps you understand a little bit of it. You know, I think all the questions, I think one thing that I would recommend is that we, you know, work in a separate study session on just how the bidding process works, because it seems there's some confusion as to how we go about bidding these, and it's all done by state law.
And before I go, I'd like to see if I can at least summarize what I heard and where we're going forward, and then I'll open up to questions. So 2.3, I'm looking at page 7 of our staff report, and I'm looking at the budget funding. So 2.3 has already been authorized in last year's budget to go towards street maintenance, and that was the rollover from the 2015-16 and the money that we had set aside to 2016-17, and that's what we're looking at now.
Yes,
that's
correct.
already been authorized. That's been put in that account.
Correct.
Okay. What we're now looking at as a possibility of in terms of funding is the 414 that's been in an Albright envelope or account and moving it towards this effort.
Correct.
And so really what's new in this discussion are this plans and specs that we are now saying you go out and bid it, but that money will not be awarded until those bids come in, and by state law, it's the lowest amount.
Correct.
So let's use a hypothetical example. We say 2.7 and someone says, I'm doing it for 2 million. What happens to that 700,000? I think that's where the confusion is lying.
So that 700,000 then would remain in the budget for pavement maintenance, and the council could determine how they wanted to program that during your budget discussions.
So would that be rolled over into the discussion that we'll be having for 17-18?
So ultimately, that money would end up going into the rollover unless council determined at some point during the budget process that they wanted to put it somewhere else. But it would stay within the pavement maintenance programs unless council determined they wanted to rebudget it somewhere else.
And that, because it's in this account, it cannot be moved from this account to a parks account. It has to stay in this account unless specifically authorized by the town council.
Yes.
Okay. So those are my initial questions. I'm going to go right to left now. Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Sayoc. There was some comments made by one of the speakers about Cape Seal versus Slurry Seal in an effort to not have to install disabled ramps. Is that what they're called? Can we get some clarification on that?
Sure. So ultimately, we are trying to get streets, as I said, when they're in good condition. So when they're in good enough condition, we can go ahead and we can do a slurry seal on those streets. We may have to do some, dig outs on those streets as well, but we can get in there and do a slurry seal, which is usually about $2 a square yard. Slurry seal does not require us to upgrade ramps, but ultimately we're making a choice on what we're doing based on reviewing the street and making an engineering decision on what we think is the best treatment for the street. So Los Gatos Boulevard is currently averages 70 PCI for all the sections that we're looking at, which is considered in good condition. So it is, relevant to putting a slurry seal on it. Ultimately, it is kind of right there at the edge. You know, if we don't do the slurry seal this year, it could very likely start dropping into a worse condition category. And then, as mentioned in the council report, the cost would probably go from about $800,000 to about $2 million to do that street.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So it didn't really answer my question, or the question that was posed by the public, which is, if you put the slurry seal on, do you have to put in the disabled ramps, which is the next menu item on tonight's agenda, or can we not spend that money? That seemed to be the point which was being made.
So if you put in a slurry seal, you do not need to upgrade your ADA ramps. However, ultimately, when we are choosing what types of materials to put on a street, we're basing it on what the condition of the street is and what we believe the correct treatment needs to be on that street. And as I mentioned, currently on Los Gatos Boulevard, it's averaging all those sections is 70, which is in good condition. We think it is appropriate in our engineering decision for a slurry seal. You know, ultimately, if we wait, it would drop into a worse condition category. And then we would end up having to do all the ramps as well.
And let me just clarify that our sidewalks, which will be your next item, are important. The safety of our community is critical, and being able to move around, whether you have a stroller or a wheelchair or something else, is absolutely critical. We just, again, our dollars are limited, so we want to make sure that we're getting the most out of those investments for sidewalks and curbs as appropriate. If we could, we would do every curb ramp we possibly could, but we can't afford it.
Just one more question. So if there's about $486,500 in the Albright Fund, and I know our estimate is only requesting potentially $414,000, why don't we just use all $486,500 and reduce the amount coming out of the other fund? To me, it seems like to have an account out there that has, I don't know, roughly $60,000 sitting in it might not be worth keeping track of if we're going to spend the majority of it, or potentially spend the majority of it at this time.
And certainly that would be council's discretion if you wanted to put all of it, you know, into the pavement maintenance program.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jensen?
2 items. The first is a follow-up to Ms. Peterson, your answer. I think the question was, why 414? And you said, sure, if you want to give it all, but why did you recommend 414?
Because we did an engineer's estimate, and that's what the engineer's estimate came out to be for that section of Lark Avenue.
Okay. And Madam Mayor, I will ask you whether or not I would be ready to try a motion, but if the other people have questions, I'll defer.
Quigg, any questions, further questions? Okay, go for it.
Okay. I will begin my motion by thanking Ms. Dorner for her always diligent work in looking at all of these very carefully and giving us a lot of information, some of which we might have considered, some of which we might not have. That said, I also trust the professional judgment of our staff and our engineers. So my motion is that we authorize as recommended, and I think there's some confusion given the all caps on page 1 that talks about the 2.7 million, and then the recommendation that talks only about the 414. So it kind of leads to thinking, well, I'm looking at a new 2.7. That's just an observation. So my motion is that we authorize a budget adjustment transfer in the amount of $414,000 from the Albright Development Fees General Fund deposit to the GFAR fund. And I am comfortable with using the engineer's estimate of 414. I would rather not allocate money that I don't necessarily have to. That we approve the plans and specifications for the pavement maintenance program asphalt overlay project and slurry seal project, and authorize the town manager to advertise that for bids. And one of the reasons that I make that motion is that as the Keep Clear sign by Charter Oaks is very important to Council Member Leonardis, the restriping on Los Gatos Boulevard and our follow-through on our green bike lanes and our bicycle pedestrian is very important to me. So to have this opportunity go by while we quarrel about 414 or 86 or where the bid is, when we've already allocated this money and we have this opportunity. I would not want to squander that opportunity when it's in front of us. And finally, that the motions that we authorize the town manager to award both pavement maintenance projects and execute construction agreements up to the total amount of the budget, and that's where the confusion is, and that is adding the 414 with a 10% contingency. And the reason that I would move that our manager be able to authorize is based upon the information that we've had tonight from our town attorney, our manager, and our director of Parks and Public Works, that we are not authorized under state law to do anything but award that contract to the lowest bidder. So because we have no discretion, it makes sense to me, given that we've had the discussion, to allow a ministerial, if you will, approval of those contracts so that we can get started. Not only so that we can carry forward one of our chief duties as council people to maintain the infrastructure for our residents, but also that we can show good faith towards our Measure B dollars and what we're doing when we make those arguments to VTA, that we are working, that we're doing things that we're supposed to do, that we can put ourselves in good position for grants by painting our bicycle lanes, and that we get things done sooner rather than later. So that's why I make the motion.
Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Sayoc. I will be seconding the motion, and I want to thank the public and staff for all their explanations on this evening. I feel like it was wise to pull the item. I think we all got value out of hearing it publicly this evening. And I just wanted to ask the maker of the motion for the clarification that the Charter Oaks will be included. I think you did mention that.
I can't do that. I'm sorry.
You can't.
The reason I don't want to include Charter Oaks, I think Mr. Morley already said that he was going to look into it independently. I don't think it's part of this motion, and given the issues with respect to what design consultants have said and that we don't have all the information, I don't want to get ahead of that, particularly since we've had a litigation issue with a Keep Clear sign on Los Gatos Boulevard that resulted in some liability for the town. So given that, I'm hesitating to put that into this motion. I'd rather keep this motion clean. And if there is another motion with respect to that, I'm sure the council will be happy to consider it, but I don't want to include it in this motion.
Thank you for the clarification.
So Councilmember Leonardis, are you seconding the motion still?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What I would say I'm going to be supporting the motion, but what I would suggest to staff, because I, for one, looked at the 16-17 capital improvement project budget, and the reason that these numbers weren't there, you do point out in the little footnote, and so you don't need to do anything, but you would make it much more clear to the council and the community if you point out that these numbers aren't actually in the 16-17 budget, because you have carry forward numbers and other numbers were in the 16-17 budget.
Any further comments? So I will be supporting the motion as is, and some simple requests that aren't necessarily part of the motion, but just requests. Once the bids are received, understanding that it's state law and there's very little discretion, we take the lowest bid. I do ask that you provide a memo to council with what that amount is. If there is a difference, what that difference will be, with another statement that will remain in that fund, and that fund is not something, those funds could not be removed from the pavement street account, whatever its official title is, without further counsel. And as we talk about this individually with our town manager, I think there's probably ways that we can improve what this table, the funding table, looks like, and we'll just do that offline so that there's better understanding with the next report. Vice Mayor?
Just very shortly, I have been kind of quiet for this because I feel like I'm in Groundhog Day. I think we've had the same discussion last year and possibly the one before, and we'll probably have it again next year, so I didn't feel like I needed to lengthen it any more than it is. I would agree a little bit that your table could have a little more information where it came from, and then when the budget comes, I'm not sure you make it clear when we're allocating how much we should contribute to the pavement programs, what the carryover is going to be added to that. So at budget time, I'd suggest that also.
Okay. Calling the question, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes 5-0. And Ms. Peterson, we're now at agenda item 9, which was also pulled. Will you provide that report?
Yes, thank you very much. Again, Lisa Peterson, Town Engineer. Very quickly, this memo is to request that the council approve the plans and specifications for the annual curb, gutter, and sidewalk maintenance project, including curb ramps, and authorize the project for bid. Also authorize the town manager to award in an amount not to exceed $447,260, including contingencies and additive alternates. The majority of this project we are required to do through ADA, as was in the last discussion. The arterial overlays do require us to upgrade our curb ramps, and so the majority of this project is doing that upgrade to the ramp. So 10 of the replacement ramps and 16 of the modified ramps are on those arterial overlay streets. That is mandated by law that we need to get in there and update those curb ramps. Now, there are another 12 ramps, including 2 that we put in an additive alternate in case we do get favorable bids that we could include as well, that are new ramps, areas that currently don't have any curb cuts. They are brand new ramps, and they're around school areas, and many of those have been requested by the public. We have received requests, especially around the school areas that don't have any ramps currently. And there are 5 new and replacement ramps that are around Main Street. So really the bulk of the project is curb ramps, as I've just described it. We do have 2 very small sections of sidewalk as well that I'll point out. We do have an installation of a missing section of sidewalk on Mitchell by Fisher Middle School that is adjacent to one of the curb ramps. And we are also fixing some sections of broken and lifted sidewalk along Blossom Hill Road. And there are some new trees that we're planting, just a couple, and a couple of replacement trees where we have the concurrence with the property owner. And that's the end of my report, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Well, Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Sack. So this is probably a difficult question. I'm curious how far we are through upgrading all the curb ramps in town. I mean, you know, every year we go out and we want to do streets, and we use up, you know, a fair percentage of the dollars available to upgrade curb ramps and other sidewalks that are no longer ADA compliant. At some point, we're going to have to run out of things to do. So I'm curious, are we halfway through the town, 10% through the town? And I know you can't answer precisely, but maybe your guess.
So maybe this is, actually I think we lost our town attorney, but I was going to say that ultimately I know that as we're moving forward to putting our ADA transition plan in place, that is something that that ADA transition plan does address. Unfortunately, ADA does change, so even though we have locations where they currently do have ramps, sometimes those ramps don't meet the current standards. And you know, I really don't have an estimate of how many of those ramps out there and currently do not meet the standard, and so, you know, would need to be upgraded. But it certainly seems that as we're going through with a lot of these projects with our rubber cape seal and arterial overlay, that we are in a position, mostly when we go and do our measurements and surveys on those ramps, that they don't comply. So that there probably are still quite a number of them that we need to upgrade.
Thank you.
Well, Member Jensen and then Leonardis.
I have a question regarding attachment 2 on page 1. The second box, modified curb ramps, et cetera, et cetera. numbers 3, 4, and 5, which involve driveways on the terraces. I'm just curious, isn't the terraces as a private property responsible for its driveways, not the town?
So these are locations that actually are within the town right-of-way. So they are part of the driveway approach. So it is our town location and right-of-way area. We do many times put in ramps on driveway approaches that are very wide because people do have problems getting across those, and so we often get lots of complaints in those areas, and typically those are, like I said, pretty wide commercial areas or multi-residential areas, but that isn't within the town right away.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Peterson, you mentioned Mitchell Avenue, and I think the area you're referring to is the end of Mitchell Avenue on the left where they put in all the new houses and then all of a sudden the sidewalk ends. Is that correct? Are they going to be finally finishing that last stretch?
Yes, that's part of the project.
Okay. And then you mentioned Blossom Hill Road. Where on Blossom Hill Road?
So there's some sections that are in front of the terraces, and there are also a couple sections that are on the opposite side of the street, which would be the north side of the street. So that's between Los Gatos Boulevard and Cherry Blossom.
Where the magnolia trees are lifting the sidewalk?
There's a couple locations there, yes.
Okay. And one more comment. I realize this is not in your report, but the sidewalk in front of McDonald's has about a 12-inch ramp in it caused by a liquid amber tree. So I was just wondering if staff could look into that.
Yes, we will.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Sack. Another question. Actually, maybe I'll come back with a question later. So I'll mention, since we're, I guess part of my question really was, in the past we've gone and looked for places that sidewalk needed to be repaired disconnected from the street project. This time we didn't do that, correct? Because we just didn't have the funds for it?
Because in order for us to do our arterial overlay project, we are mandated by law to have to do those ramps along with it. So in other words, ADA law would not allow us to do the overlay without also doing the ramp upgrades.
And the money spent here, does this count in towards our Measure B funds? Because it's not street, correct? So it doesn't count.
So it would not go towards, it's as it's in our annual street repair project, it wouldn't be counted towards pavement maintenance.
If I could ask another one. So using the Almond Grove as an example, we've taken out curb ramps, let's say Massol and Bachman, for example, that seem perfectly serviceable, but you replaced them with something else. So I'm assuming we had to change those because they weren't compliant.
Correct.
Even though they almost seem better than what we have, unfortunately. And it seems sort of wrong to me that we have to go replace things that are pretty serviceable when Mr. Leonardis points out a place where we really have a hazard. And, so I'll point out my hazard. I noticed today or yesterday some of the Villa Hermosa bricks missing in the driveway that goes into the parking lot where Inateca and Aldo's and the Starbucks are, for example. So several of those bricks are missing in our right-of-way driveway. And as I'm walking by, I'm thinking, well, geez, that's a pretty big hole in the cement that is a good hazard. And here we are changing ramps that aren't really hazardous.
And I understand your frustration. I mean, certainly it can seem as if a ramp is perfectly serviceable, but ultimately it doesn't meet the standards of ADA. And what we did on all of the ramps is we actually went out there and measured them and surveyed them, because our goal was to try to not have to completely replace the ramp. And in many cases, we aren't completely replacing the ramp. So there are a number of ramps, as I mentioned. I think there's 16 of them where we're modifying them, which means all we're having to do is put in the truncated domes. So we're actually able to keep those existing ramps. We went out, we measured the slopes, we figured that they did still meet the current ADA standards, they just needed the truncated dome. So those were some areas we were able to save some money.
And if I could add, thank you for the 2 locations, the tips on the maintenance work that needs to be done. We can handle those through the field crews, and we'll address those over the next week or so and get those taken care of. Any of those kinds of things that you notice on your as you're out and about, certainly you can send an email to me or to workorder@losgatasca.gov, and that will get us on task in getting these things corrected. We really rely on input or outreach from council members in the community to get that work done.
Okay, so I am going to open public testimony. Ms. Dorner, and if anyone else would like to speak. Oh.
Angelia Dorner, proud resident of the, oh, it is all crooked. It's supposed to be. Angelia Dorner, proud resident of the Almond Grove. Yes, Councilman Rennie, you talk about Groundhog Day. It takes a long time for our staff to start recognizing some of the things that get communicated from the public. Back in March of 15, I discussed ADA requirements and what was required to do this. Did a tremendous analysis for you guys about a transition plan and how to go through the process. Then when we got the street work last year, I went through and pointed out that we were not doing anywhere near the number of street ramps that we were supposed to be doing in connection with the rubber Cape Seal streets. There were actually 68 curb ramps that should have been done in connection with the rubber Cape Seal street, and we did like 6 of them. Okay, so I went ahead and did this, and how did staff respond, even when I brought back this comment during that 3 minutes, that I might be confused about what streets we were doing the Cape Seal on? That was the response. So then I went, and I physically went and drove on all the streets that we did street maintenance on, and I took pictures of the curb ramps that were non-compliant, and I did it by area for every darn street that we did that work on. And I came up with an estimate of 68 curb ramps that needed to be done. And I was told I must be mistaken. But I went through this documentation process and not only gave it to you, to PPW, and sat down personally with the town manager to go through the ADA requirements and the fact that we were not doing this work. Now let's look at the budget for this year. We've got new ramps. I'm using 20% higher actual costs from amounts that we just spent on this stuff. New ramps, 130, 16 adjusted, just put in the bumps. That's not very expensive, but I put in 1,000 each. Let's go ahead and say we only have 4,000 square feet of sidewalks that we're doing. Go ahead and use current amounts on that. Total construction should be 174,000, but what is the engineer's estimate? 447,000. What in the heck? Where do those numbers come from? I can't believe it. The only thing I can think of is that hopefully they're going to go back and do all the ones that they didn't do last year so that we'll be compliant with our legal obligations. Thank you.
Dorner, any questions? Okay. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Okay. I'm closing public testimony, and I look to council if they have any further questions of staff. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you. Easier to ask staff than to quickly go through your estimate. You heard the input and critique of the estimate, $400,000 plus. I'm not going to ask you how you got there because I want to shorten our meeting, not lengthen it. But are you going to put this out for bid, and if it doesn't come up to $480,000, the money stays in our account?
Yes.
That's succinct. Thank you.
Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Sayak. In reference to the comments made by the speaker, is there some desire to go back and complete those ramps that were not completed or were possibly supposed to be completed last time we went and did the Cape Seal?
So I think this is probably in reference with some of the ramps with the truncated domes. Ultimately, we were very comfortable with the project that we put out. We had a conversation with Caltrans at that time, and at that time, Caltrans had told us that they were most likely going to be getting rid of the truncated dome requirement, and so we didn't feel the need to go up there and put the truncated domes on some of those ramps. However, they still have not made that revision. Consequently, that's why we're moving forward with the truncated domes this year.
If I could add to the greater need on our ADA systems, we've begun a process of evaluating our sidewalks for the need and our ADA ramps. It will take us some time to do it. We're trying to manage it with our resources that we have available now, and get a full unfunded need, sort of what the big bucket of numbers are. So as that starts to develop, it will get more and more accurate as we refine it and gather information, but we'll certainly be wanting to bring that back, as well as other unfunded needs opportunities elsewhere. And those will start to tell a little bit of a story about what the needs of the town are. I think we can all realize that whether it's associated with our projects or elsewhere in the town, there's a significant amount of need out there that we're going to need to address one way or the other. And it's just a matter of how do we bite away at that a little bit at a time and make it a significant improvement. I think some of that's been done for us through the regulations with the projects, and that we have to do it. In other areas, we try to be smart. We try to handle things as Lisa has done around schools, around areas where folks may need some assistance or additional help getting across streets. So we try to pay attention to where those areas are. But we do look forward to having that full unfunded needs conversation with you in the future at some point.
And at least with this project, are those needs further identified in our bicycle and pedestrian plan, so that as we're looking for future opportunities with grant funding or future development projects, it won't be a complete reliance on this fund to as the resources for those needs?
Yeah, to the extent that there's projects identified in the Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan, they handle both pedestrians and bicyclists. So there's recommendations in there to address the curb ramp needs, and we'll pay attention to that as well. So as we bring a project forward that does, for instance, a green bike lane or a buffered bike lane, and there's an opportunity to do an enhanced crosswalk, we'll include those in the recommendations so that you can have that full discussion along the way.
Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a general comment and then perhaps a motion. I'm excited to see the end of Mitchell Avenue finally get done, those sidewalks. I am encouraged by, us being conscientious of a future assessment of the ADA needs of the community. I am discouraged by the fact that as the Vice Mayor mentioned earlier, that sometimes we put things in and a couple years later we're tearing them out. And we've had a discussion this evening about possibly them eliminating the bumps, and we just discussed that we're going to be putting in more of those bumps. So those kinds of things are difficult when you're voting with the people's money. It's like chasing a moving target sometimes. But with that said, and with reference to the fact that if we do not spend all the money, the comments made by Councilmember Spector that it will go back into the annual fund, I will go ahead and move forward with the staff recommendations on page 9, A, B, and C.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Vice Mayor seconds. Unless I see any comments, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. So we are now finished with our consent agenda, and we have verbal communications. Verbal communications is the opportunity for anyone in the audience to speak on an item that is not on the agenda. At this time, I have one verbal communication from Shannon Susek. I'm sorry, what? Oh, okay.
Oh, just right now.
Thank you.
It was going to be short.
Evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Shannon Suzik, Shady View Lane. 2 weeks ago, an established redwood tree was cut down at 16362 Hilo Road. For centuries, the question has begged, if a tree falls in the forest, will it make any sound? Well, the sound permeated our neighborhood. It was cut down with power saws as an unintended consequence from the conditional approval, despite the fact that it was at the back of the lot with no impact on the proposed development and provided much-needed beauty, air filtration, shade for 4 homes and a home to wildlife. The tree removal was unnecessary, not part of the original application, and Councilman Leonardis did direct to have it reviewed. My point is not just the loss of the tree or the overall intensity of this pivotal application and its failure to conform, the months of personal and professional attacks myself and adjacent neighbors withstood, but that changes need to be implemented immediately to preserve this town, the county pockets as they are annexed, stop the ping pong between planning and council, and to govern with equality and fairness, which will unify our town. I'm asking to please revise the town policy and guidelines on 1, conditional approvals and the appeal process, that any permits needed after a conditional approval from council will require a new hearing. Either a planning commissioner or council member be required to sign the final permit in addition to staff, or even better, that any appeal from planning be remanded back to planning for approval. This would ensure fairness regarding new information or revised application, that the RDG are upheld, and commissioners and staff are supported. As volunteers and not permitted to speak with any interested parties, it will remove influence, avoid designing from the dais, and it will streamline the process, saving the town money. 2, govern with equality. All applications must be viewed equally, regardless of the neighborhood or the parcel next door. An application on Hilo would be treated as you would an application on Overlook, for example. 3, create an ad hoc committee for town-county interface and unification, which could assist in permitted LAFCO annexation of small pockets, address impact on town resources, including garbage trucks crossing streets twice a week, sheriff and PD officers patrolling the same neighborhoods, review town policies and guidelines regarding construction, noise, hours, and planning. Whether a factor of the current political climate on a national level or any other cause, we must work towards healing, communicating respectfully, and civic pride as council or as residents. Let's tackle the tough issues. Let's support our staff, guidelines, and planning commission, and preserve and protect. Let's start tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You have a question, Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Sachs. So you said 2 things that are contradictory, and I've heard them before, and I still can't quite figure it out. You said, let's stop the ping pong between Planning Commission and Council, but then you said, please remand things back to the Planning Commission. That sounds like increasing ping-ponging, not reducing the ping-ponging. So how do we do both?
Well, I would suggest that I believe that there's other towns and cities that remand them back to planning as opposed to appealing to the town council.
That increases ping pong, not reduces.
Not necessarily. I mean, to me, I don't understand. Some applications have a firm denial. For example, the one that's going to be coming back on the corner of Shannon Road and Los Gatos Boulevard, that was denied by the Planning Commission. It never came back. It never was appealed to council, and they're looking at revising the entire plan. This particular one was also denied by a 6-1 vote initially, came to council, sent back. So, and in the interim, things change with that application, and things are discovered on the dais that is new information, and it hasn't been addressed, hasn't necessarily been vetted using our design guidelines the way the Planning Commission would, and also because you are elected officials and you have residents that feel are able to talk to you, and there's lots of influences. I think that the Planning Commission, as the, not as the deciding body, but the protector of the guidelines, is often more objective, and because they're not allowed to talk to residents or developers, they're not easily influenced, and they're looking just at the guidelines. and at the applications. When it comes back to council, and then you guys, it goes back and forth, it's just such a waste of time and money and energy, and it creates a disparity, it creates contention, it makes an ugliness. I mean, for example, when they cut down this tree, Mrs. Wagner leaned over the fence and asked, hey, I thought that this was not going to be cut down right now. And the developer turned and said something very unkind. So, I mean, that's not what we're about, I don't think.
Vice Mayor, did you have any further questions?
I'm not sure it was answered, but maybe
Was
there
it?
isn't an easy answer. Thank you.
There often isn't. Councilmember
I know it's hard.
Leonardis. So.
Thank you, Mayor Sayak. I think what Ms. Suzik might be suggesting is that if somebody appeals a planning commission ruling, that their appeal goes back to the planning commission, and then the planning commission looks at all of the new information, and then if they vote the same way, they can appeal it to council, rather than sending it to council and then having council remand it back to planning and then having it go back to council again. Is that?
Yes, thank you. That was it.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Next speaker, Vivek Correa, if you don't mind correcting me as when you come up and introduce yourself. Just state your name and your address, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Town Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'd like to start off by apologizing to all the council members. Earlier in the month, I made a statement to the public that might have mentioned that the council had approved the cutting down of some trees, and I have since found out that maybe you guys have never known about this. So if I made a statement in that regard, I sincerely apologize for including you in that. I would like to urgently inform you and the residents of Los Gatos about PG&E's plans to remove a group of 20-plus redwood trees on Winchester Boulevard. We believe these trees to be an integral to the essence and the beauty of the community. Moreover, due to their size, they are likely to fall within the protected status. We do not believe that this action by PG&E is necessary and is certainly not wanted by the Los Gatos residents. The problem: as part of the Community Pipeline Safety Initiative, without community consultation or information, PG&E is planning to remove all these trees in one operation. This will have an immeasurable and sudden impact on the area. The wishes of the local residents and the council have not been heard or considered. Details of why this is required has not been provided. Other mitigating remedies have not been explored or communicated. Issues around the visual impact do not seem to have been considered. How the work is to be done and how this will increase safety has not been explained. We would like the council, on behalf of the residents and with its own program of tree protection and maintenance, to investigate and assure that this action is fully required, explore if there are other options that may not require such drastic action, but that can be properly managed over an evaluated period to minimize the risk that these trees may have to the pipeline. Indeed, PG&E has already said that there is no immediate risk to the pipeline, but are rushing to complete this work without full and proper consultation. This pressure to complete the work quickly gives rise to our concern and goes against PG&E's own initiative, which states that they wish to get a common understanding of each other's needs to get a shared solution that ensures the safety and beauty of the community. And for those of you who don't know the area that I'm talking about, I brought a picture of the group of trees in particular so you all can see it.
And I believe you do have some questions. I'll start with Council Member Spector and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We did get your letter, or a letter akin, same as yours, and the last I heard was that the town was going to move forward with its legal system and then have this issue reviewed by our Parks Commission. Assuming that I'm somewhat on base here, could you please explain to this gentleman and to our audience what is happening?
That is correct. So based on the community concern for the trees, we will be scheduling the tree removal appeal for the Parks Commission. I'm not sure if we have a date.
April 3rd.
April 3rd, so that's coming up. We welcome public participation. The agenda for the Parks Commission meeting will be posted, and there will be an opportunity for public comment.
Follow up?
Yes,
Councilmember?
please. So for those individuals, since it's going to the Parks Commission, I would assume that the town has taken the first step of stopping the process via PG&E. All right, so we've stopped the process with our ordinances. Now it's going to go to the Parks Commission. And so those individuals, such as the speaker or others, who are interested in this issue, you need to follow what the date that you've been given, pay attention to the information that we post on our website, and you can appear there and you can speak.
Thank you. I guess my sort of directed at staff also, so I'd like to understand, and probably the speaker would also, what discretion do we in the town have on this, since it's PG&E and safety and all of that? And do we have, again, maybe on the discretion or influence, could we just talk them into moving the pipeline instead of cutting down the trees? I mean, what if they were 500-year-old trees or something?
So the item is not on the agenda for tonight, so we can briefly respond to something that's not, but we are very limited. The PUC has direct jurisdiction over PG&E, the Public Utilities Commission, but we'll bring that all to the Parks Commission and what their discretion is and whether they do or do not have any discretion. And that's part of our ordinance, is why it's going to the Parks Commission and not directly to council. The decision by the Parks Commission is appealable under our ordinance to the town council, so it could come to town council at one point in time. And then at that hearing, we'll provide Parks Commission and council the entire regulatory framework. But we are very limited from a jurisdiction standpoint on what we can and can't do.
Okay, any further? Councilmember Jensen?
Just for this gentleman and whoever else might be interested, where and when is the Parks Commission meeting?
Thank you. The Parks Commission is at 6 p.m. On the first Monday of every other month, Monday the 3rd at 41 Miles Avenue, which is our service center over by Balzer Field in the beautiful white farmhouse. And we will we've been in communication with Mr. Correa, and we'll continue to do so. So he'll get the information directly, and then at least 72 hours before the meeting, the information will be posted online. So anybody who's interested can sign up for notify me and be noticed of all of our Parks Commission meetings.
Any further questions? Thank you very much for
Thank you.
bringing this to our attention. I have one more speaker card, and I want to just confirm it's for verbal. Gennaro Mezzaroa.
Good evening. My name is Hanaro Mezzaroa. I'm a college student on sabbatical. If Los Gatos were a painting, then the surrounding mountains would surely be its frame. And although the painting itself contains the essence of the artwork, the frame provides the context. In the same manner, the mountains provide the aesthetic backdrop of daily life in our town. The mountainous skyline, sublime and majestic, is a source of inspiration and pride for all of those who inhabit this gorgeous town. However, the ability to enjoy our beautiful frame is currently threatened by development proposals that reach high in the sky and block the view of the mountains. Los Gatos is not a town for tall buildings. It is not a town that should try to compete with other cities for available retail and office space. Los Gatos is a town that needs to protect one of its most valuable assets, the sheer beauty of its environment. To develop buildings that block the view of the mountains is to disinvest in what makes this town so valuable. It is for this reason that I am vehemently opposed to any more two-story developments in the central area of Los Gatos. I urge the council and the planning commission to remember what makes this town beautiful and to reject any such developments.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much. Okay, that concludes our verbal communications. We will continue on with our public hearings. We have 3 more items, but we do need to take a quick break. So we will reconvene in 5 minutes at 9:25. Thank you. Thank you for the break. Okay, we are moving on to other business. We are at item 10, which is the Policy Committee's recommendation to adopt a policy defining ancillary office within a multi-use business. Ms. Wren, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Monica Wren, Economic Vitality Manager. So as the mayor just said, before you tonight is the Policy Committee's recommendation to adopt a policy that defines ancillary office within multi-use businesses, and then gives us a way to calculate parking for those uses, and then specifically only in the LM zone. The LM is our light manufacturing zone that typically is set up to allow for light industrial repair, service-oriented businesses, retail and administrative activities. Other activities that are allowed with a conditional use permit, for example, would be like group classes or restaurants. After discussing this at the policy committee level, what we just looked at with staff and the policy committee is what we really were looking for is a way to clarify the rules that are already there. So the policy before you tonight does not modify the code in any way. It just looks at providing staff and businesses with more clarification as we start to see these businesses evolve and come in and ask for multi-uses within one business, and the struggle has been defining that ancillary office and then also how we park these. So staff is here to answer any of your questions, and then I'll defer to the policy committee if they have any comments to add. Thank you.
Council members, any questions of staff? Okay, and okay, I'm going to open it up to our public testimony. Would anyone like to speak to this item? Seeing none, then I turn back to the council members and see if there's any comments or eventually a motion. Councilmember Jensen.
Okay, so I'll just make a comment and then make a motion. Thank you to Ms. Wren for the presentation that we got on February 28th at our study session. This was one of the things that was addressed, and it had come up because we have examples of people that want to use those spaces. And the policy committee was very careful to not change any ordinance and not allow something that is not being allowed now. And what we really wanted to do was enact or suggest a policy to the council that really just basically defined what was already available. And so that's what is before the council, and the policy committee obviously is recommending it. We think it's something that can be of value to the town. So my motion would be for us, the council, to approve the suggested policy, which is at attachment 1 of the staff report.
Any comments?
Second.
Okay, and I'll just call, Councilmember Spector. Yes.
You can't call the question. First of all, I want to put this in context for myself and then some comments. And actually also, let's start with the question of staff. Did the businesses in the LM zone get specific notice of this hearing or the policy committee?
Not outside of our regular public hearing, our public noticing.
All right, thank you. When the LM zone was first enacted by the town of Los Gatos, it had a lot of resistance. And that's because there were a lot of businesses, individuals, developers who didn't want to have a car repair place or a tire place so close to downtown. They wanted something that was nicer, that was prettier. But the council and actually the planning commission at that time went ahead and still created and enacted the LM zone for light manufacturing. And with that in mind, the ordinance specifically provides that there should be no change of use to office in the LM zone, and there should be no professional or medical offices or general business uses in the LM zone. Now, we all know that when we go to our car repair place or when we go to our tire place, they have offices, and if I were going to generalize, I would say they're about 10 feet square, and that's where you sign your paperwork or you pay your bill or, you know, that kind of thing. The rest of it is their tire storage or their car repair portion of the LM zone. My concern about this proposal is its impact on the LM businesses, because I think they are extremely important to every one of us up here and every one of you in the audience. It's where we go to get our practical stuff done. And I understand that this proposal limits the offices to 1/2, 50%, and it has to be ancillary to the regular business. Well, that might not seem like much, except, for example, there's a large building being constructed now on the west side of University near Blossom Hill. That, I don't know what that's going to turn out to be like, but it looks large, and 50% ancillary office might be a lot of office space. So I am concerned that this proposal, even though I read that staff is actually doing it right now, but formalizing it with this policy will be a detriment to those small businesses that are now on University Avenue. I haven't decided how I'm going to vote, but those are my concerns.
Okay. Councilmember Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Sayoc. Just adding to the comments that Councilmember Spector just mentioned, I had a conversation just yesterday with a business owner on University near the corner of Blossom Hill, and his concern was that the storage place was being converted to office space. And at first glance, maybe there was not much use for the storage facility in its current state, as new storage facilities have been added in town. But his concern was that the parking situation, if you fill it with a bunch of folks who are going to be working there 9 to 5, the parking situation would become much worse in that area. And in that area where they are repairing a lot of vehicles, and in that area where we have the DMV and those kinds of things, you have a lot of extra vehicles hanging around. So his thoughts were it was going to exacerbate an already difficult parking situation. And I wouldn't want that to be the case with other areas of our LM zone.
Vice Mayor and then Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mayor Sack. So I also care about the LM zone and worry about it, and I've made comments in past council meeting when it was suggested, might be nice to have tech incubators close to downtown, and I made the comment then, which actually I think was quoted in the paper, that we need to be careful about our LM zone. I did look at this, and that was my first reaction, like, well, I want to be really careful. Reading it, I feel like the policy committee has worded it, and I'm trusting staff to carefully enforce that when office space goes in, it has to be related office space. So how many offices can be related to a storage facility? If for some reason we become the headquarters for some big storage chain, then I guess they might have more offices there, but being the headquarters for some businesses is probably not a bad thing. But I think we should be watching how this goes, but I feel comfortable the wording should protect our LM zone, but I will also be watching to see what happens.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to follow up on what Mr. Leonardis was said, and maybe a little bit on what Mr. Rennie was saying. Before we enact and implement this policy, I believe it should be vetted not only by the 5 of us, but by people who actually do business, have businesses in the LM zone, or who do business in the LM zone. I believe that we need their input as to what they think this office policy will do, how it will affect parking, which is what Mr. Leonardis was talking about, rather than implement it, then see how it works, and then change it if we have to. Let's get it right the first time around.
Councilmember Jensen.
So in response to Ms. Spector and Ms. Leonardis, the policy committee, well, I'm going to step back a little bit. Of course, it's important to get information from as many people as possible. However, I would hate to start layering another notice requirement onto things like Policy Committee, Finance Committee, Historic Preservation Committee, such that we start mailing or phoning or emailing everyone with those things that are already publicly noticed. I don't want to squelch input. On the other hand, I don't want to create an obligation that we don't have. It's a fine line, so it's difficult. We do publicly notice our agendas. We meet the third Thursday of every month at 10 o'clock if anybody wants to come. But we were very careful to not change the ordinance. We are not changing the ordinance with this policy. The ordinance remains in place. The zone remains in place. The idea was to have a statement, a policy, not an ordinance, that now embodies and communicates and clarifies and defines how our ordinance works. So as Ms. Spector said originally, well, if I go to the tire place, they have a desk where I'm going to pay my bill and they're going to keep their records and they're going to have their computer. Okay, is that an office? Have I denigrated the LM zone by letting them have the desk there? I don't think so. So if I have a business that's not a car repair or a tire place or a storage place, why can't I have an office space to allow me to run my business properly, whether that be car, tire, architecture, flower arrangement, which was actually in the LM zone, or something else. And Ms. Wren is our economic development person. She's in contact with who is leasing or not leasing those spaces and why they are. So I hesitate to figure out what is it more that we are now supposed to do, because if we send out specific notices to every business owner and property owner in the LM zone and say, the council is considering adopting a policy that defines what's already allowed in the zone. What do you think? That we create something that we don't necessarily have to create. So I'm going to argue there's a second to the motion. I think it's a good policy. I think it's just trying to make sure that people understand what they can and can't do, and that it requires that whatever office use there is ancillary, which means it's subjugated, minor, it's necessary for the operation of that business, whatever it might be, that is allowed in the LM zone.
And if I could just augment, it was valuable to hear, council members, Leonardis, your feedback from a property owner over there in terms of parking. The parking requirements will remain the same for each use. So for the ancillary office that would be associated with, for example, the storage, the parking requirement for that portion of office will have to be met before any office can go in. So that we wouldn't be creating more demand if there's no parking there. So it still defines what spaces can actually absorb more, whether it's ancillary office or whether it's more warehouse, whether it's more of the other uses permittable, those parking requirements must remain the same. So I want to caution people who think that all of a sudden the zone changes are going to be changed. We're just further defining and clarifying what's already allowable within that zone. So it's good to hear that feedback, just so that we can make sure that we're sharing the accurate information. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Another reason I think it would have been helpful to have the input of the actual LM businesses is that not only will this policy recognize a 50% office use, but one of the reasons that the original LM discouraged or prohibited office uses is that is a use that will increase the square footage rental, or could or would, the square footage rental prices. And one of the benefits of our LM zone, based on what I've discussed with the business owners there, is they don't have as high a square footage rent as other parts of our town. So it just gets back to the fact I'd like to have these businesses here.
Okay, so with those comments, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
Passes 3-2 with Councilmember Spector and Leonardis opposing. Okay, thank you, Ms. Wren. And now we move to item number 11 of our public hearing, which is regarding property at 130 Massaul Avenue and 205 University Avenue, and it's a request for refund of a demolition fine, request for refund and a request for waiver of demolition fine. And I'm not sure who's providing the staff report.
I will provide it with the help of our community development director. I kind of came into this at a later date when it became an issue in front of the council on who could hear the matter, so that's when I kind of took over this issue. But in a nutshell, we have two homeowners that are requesting one is requesting a refund of a demolition fine, and one is requesting a waiver of the demolition fine because it has not been paid yet. A little bit of history. In 1989, the council adopted Ordinance 1789 to define the demolition of historical structures in an attempt to distinguish between a remodel and a new house. The ordinance was necessary looking at the history. We did this because a lot of developers were coming in and buying the older homes, stating that they were going to remodel it, and then during the remodel period, it turned out to be a complete demolition and a brand new home that didn't look anything like the historical home that was there. So we added that in 1989, and then in 2001, we were still having trouble with the same issue. Even though they couldn't do it, it wasn't enough deterrent, so we increased the definitions of a historical home. And we assessed the penalties of 15% in the historical district based on the building evaluation. And so that is really helped, because it's a large fine if there is a destruction of or demolition of a historical home when that wasn't part of the permit. In fact, I think these are probably the only two cases we probably had since 2001. So that it's gotten to the point where both of these are in front of you. They occurred quite some time ago. It was multiple facet. Both of the appellants or parties that are requesting the refund and the waiver, both were not provided with their appeal rights. Internally, we've requested that, and that it's put in writing. Both of them were not aware that you could appeal this item to council till well after that time period. And my decision was, for their due process rights, we would bring it forward. We then brought forward the one on Massaul, and there was one council member, Rennie, had to recuse himself because he was in the 500-foot, and Mayor Sayak wasn't at that meeting at that time, and the decision was a 2-to-1 to deny the refund. But that wasn't a majority since there wasn't 3 votes, so it had to be continued. I then provided an analysis that took some time with the Fair Political Practice Commission, because the rules changed right in the middle of it as to the 500-foot rule and the presumption and the ability to get a written ruling from the FPPC. And then the second one came along also during that period of time, which had the same facts, but was also within the 500-foot line of Mayor Sayak's and Councilmember Spector's house. So we had 3 now that we had to get opinions from. We received all those opinions from the Fair Political Practice Commission, who has stated that you do not have a conflict of interest because the homes have already been built. That's all done. It's just the waiver or refund of money. Both of the appellants have provided you with their letters of justification explaining exactly why they believe they're entitled either to the refund and waiver, and I'll conclude, and if there's any questions for myself or the Community Development Director, we're here to answer them.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Sack. Attorney Schultz, on page 3 of the staff report, number 6, it says the Planning Commission may approve or reduce the amount of the penalty, but not the application penalty fee which is established by resolution. How much of this is penalty, and how much of these are penalty fee? And then the second part of the question is, it mentions the Planning Commission. Did this go to the Planning Commission?
No, it did not. That was the other decision I made, is to just because of the length of time that had passed and the appealability of it, that we just brought it back in 2015. We brought it directly to the council to make that determination, even though the code says it can go to Planning Commission first. As to the other one, I believe the entire amount is the penalty fine amount based on the building evaluation and the 15% of that.
So none
So
of it
it's
is
none of it was
penalty,
fees.
application penalty fee, whatever that means?
No, it wasn't
Okay,
that.
thank you.
Councilmember Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Sayak. So, Mr. Schultz, it sounds like there is a process according to the town code which should be followed, or at least offered to those who were fined by the town, which is a fair day in court, a hearing before the Planning Commission to determine whether the fee is just or not. Is that the way I understand it?
Correct. There's an appeal process where any property owner has to be advised that they have that ability to appeal. You hear it every time when you're at a planning commission meeting, that the applicant or any other party has the right to appeal this. Both of these appellants were not told of those rights. We've taken corrective measures for that. And the other issue you will hear is neither one of the contractors were required to sign the demolition affidavit, and we've taken steps to make certain that happens in every single historical home also.
So just a follow-up question. It sounds like we may be, how can I say it, may have been negligent, being that we, being the town or staff or whoever, overlooking, mentioning the opportunity that they could have appealed the fines to the Planning Commission, number one. Number two, not having the applicants or the builders sign those demolition waiver forms, which is technically, in other words, we're not following our own policies, yet we're levying fines. Is that correct?
Certainly from the due process and not giving them the right. So I certainly agree that whether we were negligent or not, we did not do it in these two cases. And that's why, even though was well past the deadline to appeal it, we allowed these appeals to come forward in 2015. So we waived their inability to file an appeal within the 10-day period because they weren't provided with the appeal rights. As to the second part, that's one of their defenses of whether their contractors knew about the demolition ordinance and the requirement related to historical structures. It is also stamped on the plans, though, regarding the demolition of historical structures, and all contractors should know the rules and ordinances within the town of Los Gatos. So from our standpoint, although there is no signed affidavit of the historical structure and the requirements for that, we also don't give them the entire code book when they come in before anyone builds a home.
Yes. So, in reference to what you just said, wouldn't the logical process be for both of these homeowners that they would go directly to the Planning Commission and have their hearing that they were never given that opportunity to originally have? Here we are at the town council, which really isn't a matter of our policy. I understand that one of the fines has been levied and we have a decision to make whether we can overturn that or not. But it seems as though the logical approach would have been to let them, once we've discovered that they were not awarded those opportunities, to immediately direct them back to the Planning Commission to have their hearing about their fines.
So logically, that could have been a logical approach. My approach in 2015, when I was asked about it, because of the time limit had passed, because of the due process issues that were involved, to bring it directly to council back in 2015. That issue didn't come up at all in that hearing on whether we should have sent this to Planning Commission, so I've continued on that path to bring it to council directly to resolve the issue. Anytime in the code it says Planning Commission, you still have final decision, and the decision could have been appealed by council. So my logical decision was to bring it directly to council, but if you want to, we can remand this back to Planning Commission to have them hear it.
Thank you.
Let's go left to right. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To Mr. Schultz, with regard to 205 University Avenue, I thought I heard you say that the town did not require, I don't know what you were, I think you said an affidavit, but here the staff report says that the town required a demolition affidavit. Is that different?
No, that's the same thing. We do require it, but there was not one signed by the contractor for the 205 that I could find in the file.
So the statement here that the town required this demolition affidavit from 205 University is just a statement that.
So I'm sorry, I was mixing the two up. In Masal, there is no affidavit signed by the contractor for that one. For 205 University, there is one signed, but it's signed by the second contractor that came on, the one that actually, the contractor that actually did the demolition that was fined for. There is not one in the file that he signed.
So there was a contractor who did something that we say is wrong, but that contractor wasn't required to sign a document. And it wasn't until you get to company number 2 that you have them sign a document.
Correct. And that's why I didn't learn that until just looking at the signature and talking with the actual appellant, because I just saw one that was signed. So that's why I stated in the staff report there was one signed, but it wasn't on by the contractor that actually committed the demolition. That contractor was subsequently fired. A new contractor came on, and the process was filed to get the historical affidavit signed.
And had the process moved as you would have anticipated, how does contractor number 1 end up signing this document? I mean, does this person come into town hall?
They should be signed when they pick up their permit. When they pick up their building permit, there should be a checklist, and that should be one of the items that has to be signed before they get their building permit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sack. I just want to ask, what is the range of discretion on this, or alternatives? I see the recommendation is to deny this appeal. I see alternative that we could grant the request. Can we also come up with a reduced fee, fine amount?
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Jensen?
A couple questions following up.
And the other part I would state is if you do take staff's recommendation, obviously the one fine's been paid, so there's no refund. The one that has been waived, staff would work on any repayment schedule like we did with the Masal address, and staff has that discretion to do that.
Following up on Ms. Spector's questions, with respect to both the properties, I'm going to pick on the language here. The town requires an affidavit. There was, with respect to the Masal property, there is no signed affidavit. Is there a packet that has an affidavit in it? Is the document somewhere in the files? It's just not signed?
I didn't find one even in the file.
So we don't have, there is no document and there is no signature.
Correct.
Okay. With respect to the university, then there is a document in the file signed by the second contractor.
Correct.
So they got the affidavit after the first guy demolished it and signed it. Pretty much, right? After the first contractor was fired for demolishing it, I assume. The second guy
I don't know. I can't speculate why the first contractor wasn't. It just was not in the file.
There's the signed document. Okay. Leaving the documents and due process arguments aside, is there any dispute as to either property that an illegal demolition occurred?
No, not that I've heard.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? Okay, so I'm now going to open the public hearing. What I'll do is I'll ask the owner of, I think it's Dieter Schmidt of 130 Masal Avenue, if you could speak first. You'll have 10 minutes, and then I'll ask the owners of 205 University Avenue, Tammy Shute. You'll have 10 minutes after that, and then we'll open it up for public hearing, for our public hearing, and then we'll close public hearing and make a decision. Mr. Schmidt?
130 Masal, thank you for the invitation. I heard you talk about, is it on? Yes. I heard you talk about demolition. And according to what I learned during this process, the demolition meant if you do not move the two walls that had to be saved in a contiguous fashion. That wasn't done. That is correct. They were assembled afterwards, so after this fine was paid, and we could continue building. And then During that process, I also learned that the town did not have any obligation to alert us through the rules because it was less than 40%. And then I was told by the town manager that because it was 39.1%, it was so close to 40%, that they asked the architect to make sure to sign another affidavit that his calculations were correct. Well, the architect is still alive. I called him, and he said, no, he was never asked, and he never signed anything. So when you say we demolished the house, yes, we did, because we didn't move them in a contiguous fashion. But after they were assembled, and we asked for help how to line up the boards, which the Preservation Committee asked for, we were told, just tear them all down and put new stuff up. I don't think that was right.
Mr. Schmidt, you have questions? Okay. Councilmember Spector and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you. When you talk about you were told to line up the boards,
yes.
At that, and at some point you did line up the boards, correct?
Well, we tore them down and had new ones up, yeah. And
that actually was my question. The boards that you put up were new boards, not the original old boards.
Right.
And why were you not able to use the original old boards after you had removed them?
That was not a problem. That's why I asked for help, which they told me they helped at the town. You built the town, what is it called, the toll house? They checked every board and made sure that it could be reused. Why didn't they do that with us?
All right, so after
you have a house that has boards. You have an addition that has boards that are shifted over. You go around the corner, there's another shift. So all of this, the Preservation Committee said, has to be lined up, and the house has to be equal around the front door. So that meant either the front walls had to be replaced, or boards or moved, or the side ones. That was the question. But the answer was no. Just tear them all down and start over. So the only thing that's left is a triangular portion that's on top.
Who told you to tear it all down?
Mr. Machado, who was the Mr. Harper. Mr. Harper tells the builder, and the builder tells me. So at that time, I was so curious, I would send them a confirming memo, which is not in the file.
All right. Thank you.
So, Mr. Schmidt, it's curious to me that you were ratted out by 4 contractors, and to me that could be many different things, and I guess my question is whether you can speculate. I mean, I could guess that the 4 contractors were so appalled by something egregious going on, or they could be 4 contractors that really didn't like your contractor. To me, I just feel like there's something under there that gives me information about what went on.
I really don't know what to tell you. I guess the Sixth Amendment doesn't apply here, that they have to face me. So I don't know who it is. I have my suspicions, but I don't have any proof.
Okay, and then one separate question related to Councilmember Spector. I'm not sure it was clear. She asked you about the town telling you to tear it down. They told you to tear it down after you were fined for a technical demolition, correct? Okay, just make sure that's clear.
After the 2 walls were put back together again the way it was.
Okay, thank you.
They were not moved contiguously.
Right, thanks.
Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Sayak. Mr. Schmidt, I've been by your house. I've been in your house. I remember when you and I discussed this initially. When was it? 2010 or 11 or something like that. You had shown me what your house looked like before and what your house had looked like after, and it looked identical. When I look at the intent of the policy or the code, of the town code, yes, it is to preserve the original front of the house. And effectively, that's what you did. You didn't build an entirely different house. My other question for you is, so when you were first made aware of the fine that was going to be levied against you, what happened? Did you get a call on the phone from the building official, the town manager, the town attorney? Who invited you to pay this fine? And what was the process that they used? And what was the language that they used to convince you to part with $85,000?
It all centered around contiguous movement of two walls that had to be saved. That was the key that they brought to the fore. And they said, because you didn't do this, here is the letter of the law. And I sure as hell didn't have any need to go on the internet and look what rules you guys have. So they said, you pay the fine. And I was ready to pay. And then they said, they offered, you can also have a payment plan. You can make 4 payments, which we decided to do. And they said, no, if you don't pay, you're not going to build.
Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you. At the time when they offered you this fabulous payment plan of 4 payments, did they offer you an opportunity to go to a planning commission hearing and dispute?
No. The only thing I remember is, unless you pay, you can't build. You can build a tent on the front lawn in front of the town hall for all they care.
Did you feel at the time that you were, how can I say it, gently bullied or persuaded, or you felt like you had to pay the fine or else, and no other options? No planning commission hearing, nothing. If you don't pay this fine, you're going to be living in the street. We're going to hold your house hostage, et cetera, et cetera.
The commitments we had made, get out of our house we were in. The other party that was going to move in had to get out of their house. So it was a circle of things that had to happen. So I didn't have any choice to wait and fool around, and we had to get going. The process for the town to review the new drawings, and 4 drawings out of 21 had minor terminologies changed, which for $6,500 we had to pay again. It was a new process, and that took 2 months. So that cost the buyer of our house.
But my understanding is if you were presented an opportunity to potentially dispute the fine through the planning commission or somebody else, you would have chosen that opportunity.
I most certainly would have, yeah.
Rather than pay the $85,000.
I mean, the alternative was to go to court. And since I have my admiration for the legal profession is not all that great, so that wasn't about what I was going to do.
So you were told at the time you paid the fine, pay the fine, otherwise we're going to red tag you.
Yeah.
Or you have to go to court and sue us and get resolution that way. But you were never told you could go to the planning commission and and have your.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Sack, for another chance. I thought another question. So you provided us a lot of information, and I saw a lot of emails by you. You seemed like you were personally very involved, talking to planning department, and those seem to be after you found out about the technical demolition and the fine. So my question is, were you also that involved in it beforehand?
No, there was no memo from me beforehand. The only time I started writing memos after it happened, to want to make sure that the town knows what I know and what the builder is supposed to do.
Okay, thank you.
As a matter of fact, the inspector, Mr. Harper, tells the builder and tells me that the town isn't really all that enamored with you writing constantly memos.
Any
They're
further
not in
questions?
the file, by the way.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Schmidt.
Thank you.
Okay. If we can, Ms. Shute, Tammy Shute, the owner of 205 University. And if you could both just identify yourselves before you speak. Sure. Thank you.
Madam Mayor and Town Council members, my name is Dave Pliwa, 205 University. I'm Tammy's fiance, and this is Tammy Shute. You can identify yourself again if you want.
Thank you for your time, Mayor and Council members.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity to discuss our request for a waiver. Before we get started, though, I have to correct the ordering of events with the two contractors. The first contractor, Hotter Construction, is the one that signed the demolition affidavit. He had some workers' comp issues, and so we decided to go with contractor number 2. And contractor number 2 is the one that was doing the construction when there was a technical demolition, and he had not signed the demolition waiver. And of course, his work was not so good. The guy that did complete the project afterwards was Hotter Construction again. What we'd like to discuss is the fact that a fine is defined in the Merriam-Webster Dictionary as a sum imposed as punishment for an offense. And our view is that a punishment for an offense should be based on the relevant facts and circumstances. It ought to take into account whether there was intention or whether the mistake was unintentional. It ought to take into account whether there was reasonable cause for the mistake, or you know, just a situation where someone did something that was a reasonable mistake. And most importantly, the circumstances should take into account whether or not the structure was put into the same place it was beforehand. In our situation, we're talking about a driveway wall that was not moved. It was put in exactly the same place, and unfortunately there was some structural defects with that wall that caused contractor number 2 to make the mistake of not stopping his work, inviting the inspector over to show him the dry rot and other problems. And obviously we believe that punishment in the form of a fine as a deterrent for people intentionally doing technical demolitions is appropriate, but we just don't feel that that was what happened in our circumstance.
Thank you.
I'm hoping that Tammy can elaborate on some of the things that were wrong with that particular wall.
Yeah, Sure, yes, yeah. So the contractor began construction looking at the foundation. He removed a crippling wall, and forgive me, I'm not real versed in construction, but in removing the cripple wall, he found that there was substantial dry rot and deterioration of the wall. And that's when he made the decision on his own to remove that and replace it with like material. There was no intention whatsoever to do anything different than what was already there, but just repair the damaged wall. Unfortunately, he wasn't aware that there was a process in place that he should have followed and consulted with the town first. So I believe the reason that happened is he was not presented with a demolition affidavit,
Yeah, and unfortunately, we hired a contractor that did not have a lot of experience in Los Gatos. In hindsight, you know, we wouldn't do this type of a project without knowing that someone had this type of an experience. But, you know, we can't all know that the contractors are not going to know doing construction project in Los Gatos versus another city. We bought this house because of the way it looked. We fell in love with the design, the architecture. We wrote a letter to the owner saying how much we loved the house. And Tammy was in shock when we found out about the demolition.
Yeah, it was definitely not our intention, and we did replace that wall to look exactly as it was before, and the facade of the house. And I do believe that we've the final product is something that is definitely an improvement to University Avenue and to the neighborhood, and that was, you know, our intention was just to make this home that already was so beautiful but a little bit dilapidated and in need of repair into, you know, our dream home with the same design characteristics in mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council members, any questions? Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Sayak. Because I cannot see it from here, your home on University, is that the white one on the corner of University?
No, it's.
That's for sale?
No, it's the one next door to it. It's
Okay.
to the
North.
right of that one. I don't know.
If you're facing it to the right of that new white home, that's for sale?
Yeah, if you're looking at the white home,
Okay.
it's to the right, yes.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to make sure I have your facts right. So you have contractor number one, and that contractor signs the town's demolition permit. And so that contractor, because of this document, knew or should have known not to take initiative to change the wood. Okay. I know the wood stuff, so. But then you have contractor number two, and that contractor doesn't sign a demolition permit, and that's the one who removes the original boards. Is it your understanding, or is it your belief that it should be the town that's responsible for making sure that every one of your contractors signs the demolition permit?
I think it's best practice.
Yeah, I do think it's if it's part of what the process is supposed to be, then yes, it should be followed. Contractor number one never began construction. When we purchased the home and we knew we were going to do some remodeling, he's who we wanted to go with, but when the time came to actually begin the project, when everything was ready to go and approved and so forth, that's when we realized his workers' comp was not going to allow him to pick up the permit. So no construction had started yet. So when the second contractor began, he's the only one that had done any work on the home.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Okay, thank you. And this is a public hearing, so if anyone would like to speak on this item, you may do so. Otherwise, I will close the public testimony, and I turn to council.
I had a question for staff. This may be for Mr. Paulson, I'm not sure. Just process-wise, when a contractor signs a demolition affidavit, does it remain with the file and the documents that the town maintains on the property?
Generally, yes. It can live in one of two places. These permits, specifically Mr. Schmidt's, are probably all laserfish. We don't actually have the hard copy of the building permits anymore. I'm not interested in that one. I'm interested in the 205 University, trying to figure out when contractor number two comes in. I'm thinking that contractor number two doesn't get a new demolition permit, correct? That's correct.
So does the demolition permit that's already been signed, is that maintained by the town and in the files and building permits and documents with respect to whatever permitting has taken place on that property?
Yes.
Okay. So it would be in the town file when contractor number two comes in, town has that signed permit.
Correct. The approved permit.
And the town ordinance, I'm thinking, Mr. Schultz or Mr. Paulson, does not require successive contractors or subcontractors to sign that permit. It's just a permanent part of the file.
Oh, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Spector.
I think this is the same question. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That the document is signed, the demolition permit is signed, it's in a town file, and contractor number 2, 3, 4, whatever, is not required by the town to come in and review the file and see what's in it.
They are not. So they have a job copy of the plans that have a number of attachments to them, but we don't require every subcontractor to come in, and frankly, not on the historic side, but on some of the other technical demolitions that we've run into, it's typically the subcontractor who runs into this issue.
Thank you.
Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Sayak. When we purchased some properties on Ditto's Lane that were pre-1941 built, did we get a demolition permit for that? And did we go through historic preservation before we demolished those homes?
We did do a permit for the demolition of those, and I don't recall the exact circumstances, but I believe they may have been red tagged by the building official.
All right. Some general comments I'd like to make. I look at these two projects as incidents where they were not what I would consider to be egregious or purposeful violations. When I look at the home on Masol, I look at the home on University Avenue, they both built them back the same way they looked before. I've seen instances in town, which is what the ordinance was originally created to dissuade, where the homes were completely demolished and then something totally different goes back. Not only does it go back different, but it has no historical design or reminiscent of what was originally there. And I think a lot of that happened post-1989 earthquake, when we were eager to get the town back on its feet. And as we started to get into the early 2000s, when we started implementing these fines, people took a lot of liberties, and they tried to use opportunity of an old house to basically say it's not repairable, but I can rebuild it better, stronger, whatever, and took great liberties. So I can understand why the policies were put in place, which are great policies to protect the charm and character of Los Gatos. The concerns I have with these fines on these two individuals is that we did not apparently offer them the opportunity for a fair public hearing until this night. In the case of Mr. Schmidt, I think we've been hanging on to his money for 5 or 6 years, and I feel at the time that he was effectively bullied a little bit. I remember correspondence getting mailed to me at the town and not receiving it. It was addressed, I was at the vice mayor at the time, and I think Mrs. Spector was the mayor. And I think Mr. Schmidt had to send it registered mail, and I think the second time it was sent registered mail, then I finally got it like a week later. I don't know why I didn't receive his letters with his concerns, but I think if I would have known better, and I was not made aware of it by our staff at the time, I would have said, why don't we give this guy his fair hearing through the Planning Commission? Why are we charging him $85,000 and putting him on a payment plan and holding his feet to the fire? And the fact that he was never made aware of his options at the time is very disturbing to me, because here we are the law, we set the rules, and we don't follow our own policies. And I think that's completely wrong, what we did as a municipality. In the later case with 205 University, they still have an opportunity to go through a planning commission hearing. I think their incident is relatively recent. They can go plead their case. I will just say from personal experience regarding that one, I've rebuilt a number of homes in town, a number of historic homes, and sometimes you have to basically replace every board in the wall, and you can do it one stick at a time and try to keep the siding on or not. But apparently, for whatever reason, they had a series of contractors that may have not been familiar with the laws, and I think it comes down to us. Yes, you can sign a waiver or whatnot, but it's our job as the building department who's going out and inspecting what's going on to let them know, hey, you're going to be fined $23,000 if you do this. And I don't think we were there to do that. But nevertheless, they were not offered the Planning Commission hearing yet, and maybe there's still time for them. So I would be inclined to say, in the case of Mr. Schmidt, refund his money. In the case of 205 University, at the very least, let them go through the Planning Commission hearing because it's more recent. And we're just being made aware of this evening. That would be my motion.
Okay, is there a second? Okay. Mr. Councilmember Leonardis, your motion fails for a lack of second. Councilmember Spector and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Not a motion yet, but some thoughts. First of all, the historic preservation of our older homes, I will tell you, certainly predated the earthquake. And I don't even know when it started, but it definitely predated the earthquake. And having to go through the Historic Preservation Committee and having to keep the same wood and the same porch and the same windows is something that we've had in our town for some time. Now, having said that, I find these two appeals different. I think the first one, I do think that the town made several process errors. I think it made some personal missteps with the applicant, and I actually find it sort of embarrassing. And so I would, if there were a motion, I would look to refund those monies. With regard to University Avenue, I do not think that it is the town's obligation to make sure that when you sign a document and you change your staffing, that the town has to keep at it and know which new business, which new staffing, and make sure that they read the documents. So on that one, I have very mixed feelings. It's not as clear as number one, and I'm looking to input from our council as to where to go on that one.
Thank you, Mayor Sack. So I'm surprised it hasn't been mentioned yet, but typically we say ignorance of the law is no excuse. People should know what the ordinances are. That the contractor should know what the ordinances are. So that's certainly one issue I'm thinking about. The second thing is I do agree intent is important. I don't think either of these two, what do we call them, applicants, intended to do something wrong, and they actually, I believe they intended to do it correctly. So, and some mistakes were made, and, I struggle with how much should a mistake sting? Certainly $86,000 is a pretty big sting. The other applicant may feel the 34 or whatever number we adjusted it to is a big sting. But I'm also concerned about the precedent. I mean, this ordinance was put in place because people were cheating the system. And, I'm concerned if we just completely refund that, precedent gets out that, we'll accidentally knock down the wall because it's inconvenient to keep it, and, we'll just tell council it was an accident and they'll refund our money. So there's I have a concern about setting the precedent on it also. So that's why I asked the question of, can we also do a cut it in half kind of thing? Because to me that helps to take some of the sting out of the mistake when I think the intent was good, but it's still a fine that hopefully is going to deter other contractors in town from cheating the process. So my desire is to see them cut in half.
Councilmember Jensen and then Leonardis.
Okay, so again, not a motion, but just comments on what I've heard. I agree with both Mr. Rennie and Ms. Spector in some respects. So with the Massel property, I'm going to say it differently. There's structural errors in what happened there. We did not give notice. We didn't have the affidavit in place. We didn't have the documents on file. So regardless of whether the town went out and notified the person, we didn't follow. We had structural errors in doing that. So the town has some fault. However, there was a demolition. So what do you do with that? And that's where I agree with Mr. Rennie, is that maybe there's some compromise that's appropriate there, given the fact that the town did have errors in that one. And then I'm also going to agree with Mr. Rennie before I go to the second property. Just after the earthquake, I got appointed to the Planning Commission, and I got appointed to the Historic Preservation Committee. And we worked very hard on telling people what boards to use, where to put them, what kind of windows. Did they have to have true divided lights? Could they have aluminum? Did they have to have wood frames? So it's been an ongoing process for a really long time. And one of the things that happened on the Historic Preservation Committee way back when, historic preservation, was that people would accidentally put a backhoe into the side of the house and then it would get reconstructed. Sure, they would come in and say, it looks better. It looks just like it did, before I put the backhoe into it. And so the Historic Preservation Committee in the town said, well, you know what? There has to be a deterrent for people putting a backhoe into the house accidentally. Hence, we have these fines. And if the council were to just say, oh, that was an accident, we understand, sorry about that, the fines would be ineffective, the penalty would be ineffective, and we would be back to everybody coming in and saying, I made a mistake. I don't think that either party put a backhoe into the house accidentally, but there was a demolition, and we have to stand behind the penalties for the demolition, or we will go back to the days of the backhoe. So with respect to 205 University, the town did follow its process. They had an affidavit. It was signed by the contractor. The town cannot be monitoring which contractor comes in, which contractor gets fired, which contractor gets hired. The town is not in the business of predicting whether a wall is going to come out and go out and stop you before you do that and say, hey, wait a minute, you're not supposed to do that. So there was a demolition at University, and the town did follow its procedures. And I do think there is a responsibility on the contractors and the homeowners, frankly, to make sure that they're following the rules. So I would not be in favor of changing that fine, but I would be in favor of a compromise on Massel.
Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Sayoc. In both cases, both of the homeowners are at least entitled to a planning commission hearing. That's what our town process says. I would imagine that the owners of 205 University might want that opportunity if they were going to be levied a fine, because they came into this meeting this evening not knowing what to expect. I think they would probably welcome an opportunity to gather their information, their evidence, and make a case for themselves according to what our actual town policy is. We are not the planning commission. The rules say that they're entitled to that hearing. I do understand the importance of deterrence and levying large fines to dissuade backhoes from hitting homes. In this instance, whether it was egregious or not, both applicants were entitled to a planning commission hearing, and neither has been offered that, not even offered that. I mean, that's what our rules say. That's what they're entitled to. In the case of Mr. Schmidt, so much time has gone by, I would allow, him a choice if he wants to go with the planning commission hearing or get his money back, because I really think in that particular case, there were other elements that had occurred that go well beyond just not offering him a planning commission hearing. So I hear others on the council leaning that way. And again, if I were to make a motion, I would say refund Mr. Schmidt his money and then offer the others at 205 University an opportunity to plead their case before the planning commission and let them decide how to proceed with the fine. I do appreciate going to court and splitting the bill. Everybody goes away unhappy. And we've all probably been in that place in small claims court once or twice in our lifetime. But there also are those court cases where the entity, we are here to protect the people, we are here to protect the town, and we disobeyed our own rules. And when the entity who makes the rules disobeys their own rules, if they get sued, they lose. So I don't want to head into litigation at any point because we're not obeying our own ordinances and our own rules and following our own processes. Some of us may believe, well, maybe Mr. Schmidt paid his fine, maybe he won't take us to court. Maybe 205 University won't take us to court if we just say pay half the money. I don't know, but I'm not going to make that determination. My determination would be to follow our own rules and let everybody have their opportunity to have their say in court.
Councilmember Spector?
Thank you. To staff, what evidence, we're a court thing here, what evidence do we have that Mr. Schmidt knew about the demolition rules? There's no demolition permit or declaration signed. What do we absolutely know?
We absolutely know that the plans are stamped with a stamp that says that all contractors are responsible for knowing all the laws and rules and ordinances of the town. And for every single project, contractors, we don't, like I said, we don't explain the whole code to them. The contractors are supposed to know the rules of the town. So, but there isn't any, if you're talking about a signed document from the owner or from the contractor, there was not one in the file.
And with regard to going to the Planning Commission, is that going to, if there were such a hearing, would that be a hearing to make a recommendation to the council that could be appealed to the council, or would that be a hearing where the process stops there?
No, that would also be appealable to council.
Thank you.
And the issue of bringing it to you, so when it was brought to you in 2015 directly to council, that was by the interim town manager, Les White. And at that time, there wasn't any issue brought up about whether it should go back to planning commission or not. But certainly you do have that opportunity if you desire.
Thank you.
Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Sack. In response to Mr. Schultz's comments, I specifically requested in 2015 that a mention of the Planning Commission as our process then. In reference to Mr. Schmidt's situation, we were not aware of the 205 University at that time. But if we went back and watched the tape, I think you'd find that I raised that point, that they're entitled to a Planning Commission hearing. I went back and I checked the rules, and they were never offered that.
Any other comments from council members? Would anyone like to venture into a motion? Councilmember Leonardis.
I move that we refund Mr. Schmidt's money and we give the owners of 205 University an opportunity to present their information to the Planning Commission.
Okay, the motion fails for a lack of second. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Sack. So I just a comment, I can't understand sending it back to Planning Commission at all. I mean, if you've got, the Supreme Court going to make a judgment, the top court's going to make the final judgment, do you ask, no, take us back to the Ninth Court instead? Well, the only reason you do that is you know how the judges are going to vote. Well, that doesn't seem like an appropriate way to decide what court it should be in. So I can't understand going, lengthening the process and sending it back to Planning Commission. Like I said, unless you think you're going to fail here, and so maybe we'll have another chance there. I don't think that's the right way to make decisions. I guess I can align with Councilmember Jensen's comments, and so I will make that motion that we deny the appeal for the university and we cut in half the fine for Massol.
Second.
Any comments to the motion? Okay, so Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Sack. I just don't think that's fair at all. When I was the vice mayor, my mail was withheld from me, and Mr. Schmidt had to send me a registered letter for me to get my mail. And that registered letter said that he was being assessed a fine of $85,000, and he was very upset. And at the time, I raised question with the town staff, the town manager, about the situation. And it just wasn't something a municipality should do to their citizens. When your policy says you give them an opportunity to contest it, you essentially bully them into paying a big fine. You hold them hostage. You red tag their house. You say, unless you pay this money, we're not going to let you continue. Now, I understand there's rules to dissuade demolitions, but as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Schmidt wasn't made aware of his rights at the time. He wasn't given his opportunity. He was given a payment plan as a compromise, and I just don't find anything right about that. I think the town is in a liable position for that at the very least. I do not want to see his fine split in half as if we're cutting some kind of a deal on a used car. In my opinion, we are totally at fault, and we should give him back all of his money. Again, I will emphasize on the University Avenue property. This isn't the Supreme Court and the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals ruling on an immigration hearing. Our town policy says that if you are levied this fine, you have an opportunity to go to the Planning Commission and state your case. Right now, this is being dumped on council at this late hour. What is it, past 10:30? And I don't feel like anybody really had an opportunity to prepare their case this evening. Maybe Mr. Schmidt has, because he's had this in his back pocket for some time. But the residents of 205 University came into this hearing tonight, and I'm not sure what their expectations were, but just to arbitrarily split the fine, yes, it's better than levying the full fine, but I think if our rules say something that the Planning Commission gets to hear it, let them hear it. They're the agency that digs into the weeds on these things, not us. Yes, I understand we can overrule the Planning Commission. Yes, we have ultimate jurisdiction, and yes, everything we do is law, and we create law right here and now. But I'm really uncomfortable with a town that doesn't follow its own rules.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will not be supporting the motion. I also believe that Mr. Schmidt should be receiving his full, all of his monies back.
And I'm going to go ahead and weigh in. And yes, we are not the Supreme Court, but I understand that sometimes the specific issue in front of you as an applicant is the most important issue to you. And so we treat these issues just as importantly as some of the larger issues that are being discussed there. The difficulty with this is that it's not a decision on intent or malice. I understand that in both situations, the intent was to preserve a beautiful home that you both love. It's obvious by the exterior of and by the care that you've put into your restoration that was there. My concern is the rules are not meant to make that judgment call, and they are done to see if was there a demolition, and if there was, these are the fines. And I do believe that with 205, right or wrong, the process was in place. There was a miscommunication with the contractor, with the owner, but that process was there. It sounds like with Masal, it was just, I'm not even sure what went wrong. And as Councilmember Spector said, it's almost an embarrassment that it occurred. But it's a very difficult issue now to try and figure out the pieces of what went wrong and how to fix it. And so the motion that's on the table, where we try and offer a compromise with the Masal, I think is a fair one. I understand the emotions at play with both homes. I understand that the intent and malice was not there, but I also understand the intent of having the fines and the future deterrent so that this will not occur in the future. And so it's a difficult decision, and it's not a judgment on any of the applicants, but I will be supporting the motion. So I will go ahead and call Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you. Maybe I'm stubborn. That's why we put the policy in place with the Planning Commission hearing. Rather than just go and levy the fines, it's like you're taking away the government. You take away the government, the process that the government put in place to protect the residents, and staff levies the fine, and they're not even made aware of their rights to contest. And by just going ahead and levying the fine, yes, there was demolition, we know that, but they didn't have a chance to go and make their case. That's my only point. Not only were they not allowed to do that, they weren't even told about it. So I don't find any fairness in cutting someone's fine in half. In my mind, we're not even at the point that either one of them should be fined yet because they haven't had a hearing yet. So whether there was a demolition or not doesn't even matter to me. It's that they didn't have their opportunity to present their case to the Planning Commission as our policy says. Not only did they not have that, they weren't even made aware of that rule. So I just have difficulty, how can I say it, levying any kind of fine or cutting any kind of fine at this point in time because of the rules and us not following our own rules. Why are we here?
I call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
So it passes 3-2 with Councilmember Spector and Leonardis in dissent. So Mr. Schultz and Ms. Pravetti, I'll ask both of you to work with the homeowners with the next steps. Okay. And we have one more. Yes, Councilmember Jensen?
I wonder, and I do this with a great amount of reluctance, I don't normally, but it's now 10:45 and we have a very important and controversial matter that we are supposed to take up. And I wonder if it is fair to the council and those people that are interested in this item to do it tonight versus do it another time. So I just throw that out to the council for consideration.
Councilmember Leonardis.
I'm just getting warmed up.
I do have a request from a council member to take a break. It's
At 1 a.m., I'll be making the motion to continue and you'll be asleep.
so at this point at 10:04, what I'll ask is I'll ask Ms. Pravetti if while we take a quick 5-minute break, if people would like to share with Ms. Pravetti their preferences, but I personally would like to keep going. Okay. Okay, thank you for bearing with us for our break. I know we were talking about whether or not to continue it, and in case there are people in the public who would like to speak to this item, we are going to open the hearing. We're going to listen to staff report, and then we will open it up for public testimony so that those who have been sitting through, who would like to speak, has the opportunity to do so. Once we have completed public testimony, we'll see what our time is, and we'll see what our energy levels are. But I'd like to at least get through that portion of the evening so that those who have stayed with us till this time has that opportunity to continue to speak to us on this item, okay? Okay, Ms. Armour, welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. The project in front of you tonight is the proposal by Fred Sahadi to rezone his property to allow the subdivision of his 13 acres into 5 lots. In order to accomplish this 5-lot subdivision, the lot must first be rezoned to HR 2.5 because the current pre-zoning of HR 5 allows only 1 dwelling unit on the parcel. It also is required by the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines to include the planned development overlay because the subdivision is 5 or more lots in a hillside area. The proposal before you is one part of a multi-step process. The first step was going to the Conceptual Development Advisory Committee. That was at a meeting in December of 2014. Following that is the current application before you tonight. That is the rezoning to HR 2.5 and a PD overlay, which sets the stage then for 4 additional steps. If this were approved, they would then follow through with annexation, followed by subdivision and roadway improvements, followed by 4 individual architecture and site applications, and then building permit. As described in the staff report materials, the planned development overlay is required in the hillsides for subdivisions of 5 lots or more. The fundamental request before you tonight is whether the HR 2.5 with a PD overlay is consistent with the general plan and the town goals. Because the approval of the project would result in physical improvements, an arborist report was prepared detailing the likely number of trees impacted by the proposed roadway. 16 protected trees are expected to be removed for the construction of the roadway. Additional trees are expected to be impacted and likely removed by construction of future homes and driveways. An initial study and mitigated negative declaration was prepared, and potential impacts were reduced to less than significant levels. On December 14th of 2016, the Planning Commission considered the project and recommended denial because they found that the proposed redevelopment did not meet the purpose of the PD overlay zone. In addition, commissioners mentioned concern about the appropriateness of the HR 2.5 zone in this location, concerns about site access, and the number of requested exceptions. The exceptions that were listed in the Planning Commission report included cut and fill exceptions for up to 6 feet for the proposed roadway, construction of the proposed roadway outside the LRDA, the least restrictive development area, road grades up to 20% slope, retaining walls up to 6 feet, no sidewalks on a private roadway, and consideration for potential home heights up to 25 feet. In the applicant's response letter attached to your staff report for this evening, they have removed that request and plan to go through the standard architecture and site for any future homes. The final issue that was of concern to at least one of the planning commissioners was the number of potential impacts discussed in the initial study mitigated negative declaration. Staff is forwarding the Planning Commission's recommendation on to you. However, if you choose to approve the project, The Plan Development Ordinance is available as Attachment 7, and revised findings are included as Attachment 9. This concludes staff's presentation, but we also have additional staff here tonight, including Kevin Bagley from our Parks and Public Works Department, and we are both available and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Johnson.
2 questions, I think. The first question is just to make sure, for the record, that I and everybody hopefully understands it. Pre-zoning isn't a term that I hear very often. So I wanted you to just explain pre-zoning, what that means and how it fits in with our code.
So when a parcel is in the county, but within the sphere of influence for the town, when it is brought into the sphere of influence, it is given a pre-zoning. So that's a zoning designation, even though it's not actually within the boundaries of the town. So this parcel is currently within the unincorporated county lands, and therefore its zoning is just a pre-zoning. It's what we would expect it to be zoned when it was annexed in.
Follow up and then a different question. So if it's pre-zoned and it's not in the town, it's not really any zone. So is it a zone change?
So,
sorry.
So it currently is zoned through the county, but has a pre-zoning designation because any future development that triggers annexation, we have established what that zoning would be.
And I would just add that the town actually, by ordinance, every property that's in the county that's in our sphere of influence, the town by ordinance pre-zone those. So the zoning currently is pre-zone HR 5. So it is technically a zone change.
Thank you. My next question just has to do with making sure that I understand the scope of the decision that's before the council tonight. So what I understand is that we are looking at a plan development because the request is for 5 lots, and that's required under our current code, that it must be a plan development. That because it's going to 2.5 versus 5, there is a zone change. But then I'm trying to understand beyond that what's included. Mitigated negative declaration, yes. But beyond that, which aspects of the proposed plan development are within our discretion tonight? I know the ANS for the houses is not, but for example, tree removal, access, grading, etc. Are those things part of the requested plan development zone change, or are they discussed or presented as part of the mitigated negative declaration consideration?
So the mitigated negative declaration is prepared to try and assess the expected development because at this earliest stage in the process, we need to present that environmental review. In terms of what elements of the proposal are being reviewed in terms of the future project tonight, it is a rezoning. However, when we get into plan development zones, they do become more specific than just a standard rezoning. And so there are development plans, the subdivision map, that are part of the PD zone. And so the future applications that I listed, including the subdivision maps, the tentative map, et cetera, would be expected to be in conformance with the development plans that are included in the PD zone.
Okay, thanks.
And Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And let me follow up on those couple of questions. If staff could take a look at the staff report dated March 16th, the first page, the staff report to the council. All right, if you look at the subject there, and after it gets to the applicant's name, it has A, consider adoption of a mitigated negative declaration and adoption of the monitoring and reporting program. Now, I understood you to say we are doing that, correct? Let's get to B, though. Consider request for a plan development to rezone a property pre-zoned HR 5 to HR 2.5. You said we're doing that, correct? I mean, we're not doing it, but we're considering it. We're considering whether or not to allow for subdivision of one lot into 5 lots. Is that being done tonight? Is that request?
So the PD zone, the HR 2.5 PD, so that's the plan development, includes the development plans. That is a portion of what would be considered the zoning for the parcel. And that does include details of the subdivision, even though a future subdivision application would be required.
What is the difference between the 5 lots that could be approved under this PD and one that could be approved under a future subdivision application?
Could you restate the question?
I'll
pass it off.
Yeah, I can jump in here. So what we look for, if, for instance, this plan development's approved with the draft conceptual tentative map that is associated with that.
With 5 lots.
With 5 lots, we would be looking at the subdivision map that it's in substantial conformance with what was approved in the plan development. And so at that point, that process goes through the subdivision application through DRC, I believe it's currently written, and then we would adopt it. The PD zone, and I think I understand your first question is talking about the subdivision, the 4 houses. So those are subsequent actions that will have to take place, but approving the PD will allow for the future subdivision of this property into 5 lots and the future architecture and site application, 4 of them for 4 new homes.
All right, I understand what you're saying, I think, but go back to your staff report. You say subdivision of 1 lot into 5 lots. So you're saying that that is part of the PD, that in the future, if there were a PD as requested, there would be 5 lots.
Correct.
Okay. Are we saying the 5 lots would be here, there, or there?
They would be in the configuration that you see them before you in the conceptual development plans, which are part of the plan development.
All right. Then our staff also says that we would be approving construction of 4 new single-family homes.
It's allowing for the opportunity for the construction of 4 new family homes.
Okay, so that's what it really is. So it's the potential in the future.
Correct.
And then it has removal of large protected trees. Is that part of the PD?
That is part of the PD because the access road and subsequent grading and improvements will necessitate the removal of large protected trees.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sack. So if we approve the PD, does that give them the right to build 4 more houses? What if they go through architecture and site and visibility analysis and they find one of them just doesn't work? Do they still get to build a house?
They would be required to go through the process for the subdivision. If it matches the development plans then that are included in the PD zone, then that is a reasonable expectation that they'd be able to move forward with that subdivision. Once the lots are subdivided, they do have certain rights for development of those parcels, as with any vacant parcel in the town.
Mr. Paulson, you wanted to add to that?
Sure. So just additionally, obviously there are additional parameters if visibility becomes an issue with a reduction in height. And so those things would be evaluated as any new hillside home is through the architecture and site process. But they would be entitled to a house on each of those lots should they choose that.
Okay, thank you.
Council Member Spector and then Jensen. I'm sorry. I'm writing it down.
I'm just going to, try and take an extreme to try and nail down what it is exactly we're doing with the request for a PD. You're saying they would have a right to a home. they would have a right to a 5,000 square foot home if they wanted, or they could have a 1,000 square foot home approved by the council? What are we talking about here?
As with any architecture and site application, the planning commission in this case would have the ultimate discretion for an architecture and site application for a new house. And if it was less than 5,000 square feet and met the other parameters, there is also the possibility that it could be approved at DRC. Does not dictate that you're guaranteed any square footage, as is the same with any lot in town. We still have other factors that we consider, whether that's visibility or compatibility or additional impacts from the improvements of developing that house.
All right, well, you answered that, and also the only reason you're saying that this would be considered by DRC, that's because the way the PD ordinance has been drafted, it provides for that. It's not
Correct.
necessarily a given.
Correct.
Thank you.
I'm going to continue to beat this dead horse. Either Ms. Armour or Mr. Paulson. So another project which shall remain unnamed had an issue over a vested tentative map. Are we creating, through this, whatever we're doing tonight, which I'm still unclear about what we get to decide and what not, are we creating a vested tentative map per the PD schematic, if you will, map that's been presented to us if we were to approve this tonight?
A future subdivision application would be required. This is not, does not count as a tentative map.
All right, so this is what I'm still struggling with, and either you or I understand the basics of PD, so you don't have to explain that to me. But I want to understand the steps in what's being proposed to us and what we have in front of us. We're being asked to consider an application for a PD to subdivide something that's pre-zoned HR5 into HR 2.5. We have a map of the proposed PD, which includes a subdivision, but we're not deciding on a subdivision for the Subdivision Map Act tonight, which doesn't make sense to me. And so we have to do the PD, change the zone, but then in subsequent hearings, we have to approve a subdivision, look at an A&S for every house, look at trees, look at whatever. So I'm just trying to figure out, it almost seems to me that we could write a PD that says, or we could take an action that says, okay, we agree that you can have a PD that has 5 lots on it. Now, okay, we see where you have those 5 lots drawn. And all of those you have to come back to us for an approval of a subdivision or whatever you're going to do. I mean, that would be another way to do it, right? Mm-hmm. But we've been presented with a proposal, but the explanation of what we're doing with the proposal, I think you're getting the fact that at least some of us find it confusing. Mm-hmm. So I'm just wanting to know exactly what you see the scope of our consideration being, because we're not going to approve the houses. We're not going to, decide what they look like. We have other issues with that. We're not going to subdivide it. So why, I guess, are we looking at things that the Planning Commission looked at, such as grading, conformity with hillside design guidelines, visibility, tree removal, etc.? Why are we looking at that at this stage unless you're telling me that a PD cannot happen unless all of that is taken into account given the proposal?
So why don't I try and then staff can elaborate. One of the attractive features of a planned development zoning is that it's tailored to the particular site. And the applicant has a lot of latitude in terms of what they are asking for. So some planned developments, they could say up to 5 lots or up to 4 lots, but you're not saying it has to be 5 lots. This one, as the applicant is proposing, is saying specifically they want 5 lots. And to get those 5 lots, they did the analysis on slopes and road access and essentially disclosed all of the impacts so you would know the full implication of that decision. Since this is a tailored zoning, you have the opportunity to tailor it if you feel that it should be tailored in a different way.
That answers it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor and then Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mayor Sack. I guess I have two subjects. So are we approving a specific road if we approve the PD, or are we just approving that a road can come in from the Highlands?
You would be approving the PD zone, which includes the preliminary development plans. The specific details of the roadway improvements would be expected to be in conformance with the development plans that you approved. But the details would be further worked out and analyzed as part of the subdivision process.
So if we approve it, and I think what you're saying is, like I said, we're basically approving a road to come in from the Highlands, but a better location of the road might be determined, and it could be moved somewhere else later on through some other reviews.
But it needs to be in substantial conformance with the preliminary plans that you are reviewing tonight. So if it was substantially different from the roadway alignment, then there would need to be additional review for revisions to the plan development zone, I believe.
That's correct.
And if I could just add on to that before I go to Councilmember Spector, please correct me if I'm wrong, and that's because the initial study focused on that as the access road. And so it would have to be within the sphere of what they actually studied?
I would actually characterize it more as it's because it's within the development plan, the preliminary development plans that are part of the PD zone. They are an exhibit to the PD zone, and so future development needs to meet the regulations of the PD zone, which includes a reference to those development plans.
Okay.
In order to do the environmental document, it was important to have the information about the roadway alignment in terms of assessing potential impacts.
And the initial study only looked at the access road from Shady View, correct?
So the initial study assumed primary access through the new private roadway.
Councilmember Spector?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is actually helping. I need to fine-tune my understanding and your input a little more. You're talking about the plan development as it's proposed divides the property into 5 segments, correct? But this process, if they get through PD, still has to go to a subdivision application. I look behind me and I see that the property is divided into 5. So what would happen at the subdivision level, application level, that hasn't in effect already been addressed by the 5 lots in the PD?
It may be that our Public Works Department may have something to add, but I do believe that the details that are included in that tentative map do go into slightly more detail. But for this particular project, we have reviewed the project in planning, building, fire, and public works with a similar level of detail.
And I would just add that from staff's perspective, the subdivision that you see, the 5 lot, the configuration you see coming through at subdivision application, should the zone change be approved, we would be looking for substantial conformance. And if it's substantially conformed, staff, whether it's DRC, Planning Commission, or Council ultimately, staff would be recommending approval of that.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Sack. So back to the 5,000 square foot house, what I heard you say, I guess the PD ordinance allows, once the PD is approved, that DRC, in other words, just staff, could approve a house that's under 5,000 square feet. So that's what I heard. I assume that's correct. So in what cases would they not approve it? Or if I look, maybe I could turn it around and I say, well, okay, so we have a PD for 5 lots. What if I think one of those lots can't fit a 5,000 square foot house? I think only 4,000 is going to fit before we start removing too many trees. Does this mean I should reject the PD because it now allows it to get out of where I think is possible?
There are a couple different ways to move forward if there are particular concerns like that. There could be additional items added to the PD zone to add additional specific limitations if the council chooses. However, I think I want to take it back to this would be creating 5 parcels, and they would be going through the standard process for architecture and site, which, unless it triggers something like the 5,000 square foot requirement, can go to DRC. However, if there are concerns from staff, there are many other reasons that a project could be elevated to Planning Commission review rather than being decided by the Development Review Committee.
If I could just follow on. So if it went to DRC, would they approve it if there was any exceptions, grading more than whatever the 3-foot limit, or the wall less than whatever the 5-foot limit is, or?
The hillside design standards and guidelines do lay out what kinds of exceptions are possible, and I believe most of them require Planning Commission review.
So I would just clarify that there's 2 exceptions in the guidelines that require Planning Commission approval. That is an exception to the maximum FAR and an exception to the maximum height. So both of those automatically trigger Planning Commission. We would be taking it through, as Ms. Armour said before, the same process we take any hillside home through, and that evaluation would be done at that time based on the house that was being proposed. And so there are many times where, even though technically staff could approve a project, they get elevated to the Planning Commission. And so we just make that determination after we've done our evaluation of the application in front of us.
Thank you.
One quick question, process-wise. Should this move forward and it comes to Arkansas, and there's a change in visibility design guidelines or the tree or a fence ordinance, would it follow the new, I guess what comes first? Would it follow the new guidelines based on the application date of the ANS or based on the plan development?
It would be based on the date of the ANS application.
Okay. Okay. Any further questions? Councilmember Leonard?
I think just 2. Is there any way to do this without a PD overlay? And does this property have to be annexed to the town?
My understanding is that if they want to do any additional homes on the parcel, it would require annexation, that would trigger annexation. And if they are going to be able to subdivide into 5 lots, then based on our hillside design guidelines, that it is required to be a PD zone.
And I would just add that our town code actually requires a subdivision of 5 or more lots has to be done through a plan development. So they don't have a choice from that standpoint, and the additional standpoint of the access road not meeting full width from a right-of-way perspective for a hillside road.
So a question for Mr. Paulson, perhaps. If right now the county zoning is the HR 5, which means you could put essentially 2 homes on the 13 acres, is that correct?
So I don't believe it's HR 5. Ms. Armour may have that, and I'm not sure it's subdividable at all in the county with its current designation.
I don't know the details of the current county designation, but with the HR 5 zone, the slope density calculation does not come to 2 units, so a subdivision would not be possible.
Thank you.
Okay, no other questions. So I will now open public testimony. So the applicant, your team, has a total of 10 minutes to speak. I do have 3 cards from the team. I'm not sure who will be speaking on your behalf, but if I could ask the applicant team to come forward. And then after they speak, those in the public that would like to speak will each have 3 minutes. So. And if you could each individually identify yourselves when you do speak, that would be great.
Thank you, Mayor Sayoc and council members. My name is David Wilson with HMH Engineers, and I'm here tonight representing my client, Fred Sahadi. Also with me tonight is Joey Covey from HMH and Bart Heckman, our land use attorney. Fred has lived on the property since 1970 and raised his family there. He plans to continue to live there in the lot where the existing home is today, and provide the development to provide the remaining lots to each of his 4 children. In December of 2014, we brought our application to the CDAC for preliminary feedback, and were encouraged with the comments that we got at that time, indicating that the proposed project looked like it could work. They appreciated that we were locating the development areas within the flat portions of the site, and they thought that 4 or 5 lots looked possible. With that encouragement, we worked over the next 2 years, refining our design, working with staff, working with agencies, satisfying all of their comments, and earning staff's report until we finally took the project in front of Planning Commission. Most of you had an opportunity to be out at the site, to visit the site and see the proposed home sites. The home sites are spread throughout the site that provide a natural spread of the lots, which give a lot of continuous open space. The development fits within the existing environment. Even though the home sites are located on the intermediate ridge line of the site, none of them are visible from any of the viewing platforms. To show that, we actually did a detailed visual analysis, modeling the homes and utilizing 3-dimensional aspects available in Google Earth, supplementing that with additional 3-dimensional elements like the trees. And we viewed the site from all viewing platforms and areas in between, and showed that none of the homes were visible. Through a video analysis, we actually showed how when the perspective changes to a higher viewing angle, you could actually see where the homes were behind and obscured by all of the trees. Site access is certainly a big issue, and as we described, that is a part of our application. Our goal is to provide a design that meets the engineering and fire access requirements and has the least impact to the environment. The first option that we looked at is the most obvious one, improving the existing driveway from Shannon Road. The problems with that driveway are it's too narrow and too steep to meet current standards. In order to fix that, we need to do widening and we need to do regrading to flatten that out, which would include filling an existing drainage channel, which would include up to 10 feet of fill on adjacent properties that we don't own. It would include realignment of the access easement and the road itself onto adjacent properties or other properties on that Tanaveras property itself. With that, we felt that there were just too many impacts with that alignment, and we looked at our alternative, which is similar to what we're proposing today, which is an access off of the existing stub of Santella Drive, transversing through the adjacent property at an easement that we've already acquired, and coming up the interior slope of the property. In order to minimize the grading, this access road pushes the road a little bit higher up on the slope, where the cross slope is a little bit flatter. That allows us to conform to the requirements of the 5-foot maximum retaining wall. No exception required. Problem with it is it cuts through just way too many trees. We felt like it was too many trees to make any sense at all. So we looked at another alignment. The other alignment pushes the road a little bit farther down the slope, but it misses many more trees. We're saving 10 to 20 trees by moving the road farther down. Showing that to you in the cross section, what you see is both alignments here. The lower road, the one that we're proposing, has more cut and fill required and has a wall that's up to 6 feet high. The higher road has less cut and fill required and has lower walls that actually comply to the guidelines. That leads us to our exception where we're asking for a 6-foot high retaining wall instead of 5-foot high retaining walls. This table shows a summary of the impacts to the 3 alignments for access roads that we've looked at, pointing out the maximum retaining walls. With the fill for the existing driveway, we wouldn't put walls in, but we see a 5-foot wall for the first option, a 6-foot wall for the second option, a little bit more grading on the second option than the first option. And then the significant aspects of the driveway reconstruction, which would be the impact to a wetland area
and grading on adjacent property, 10 feet of fills. We believe the access road we're proposing is certainly the least impactful and saves the most trees. Benefits to the project: we're providing a sanitary sewer that the adjacent neighbor can tie into. We're providing a fire break and an improved fire access for the surrounding neighbors, shown on this exhibit here. Significant improvement there. And we've actually got a letter from a fire safety consultant who speaks to the significant improvements that provides the community. Concerns raised at Planning Commission listed above. I'd like to turn it over to Bart to describe that.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Bart Heckman. Regarding density, for this parcel, the appropriate density, HR 2.5 is really the right zoning. As your zoning map clearly shows, can you show the next slide, please? That designation and the HR1 are overwhelmingly the designations the town uses in its hillsides, except for very steep parcels which get the RC designation. This parcel is not very steep. The information you've been provided shows there are at least 4 flat areas on this parcel that would accommodate new houses with virtually no grading. The map also demonstrates that this town does not use HR5 zoning as a feathering density between the town's 2.5 and the county's hillside zoning, which is incidentally 20 acres minimum. That's what the current zoning is in the county. And in fact, the HR5 zoning is pretty rare in the town. It looks like it appears in only 5 small areas, and 2 of those are on the other side of Highway 17. So we believe, and staff agrees, that rezoning this property to HR 2.5 will help the town meet its housing element goals while staying true to the HDSG. I want to go now to the planning development issue. There was some confusion, we think, among the planning commissioners about the use of PD overlay zoning here. Generally, that zoning allows you to avoid complying with certain ordinance requirements in order to make a better project. Most common examples of that would be reduced setbacks, reduced road widths, sometimes reduced lot sizes. But this project isn't asking or doing any of that. We're not asking for relief from any ordinance requirements. We only applied for PD zoning because your code says we have to for a subdivision of 5 or more. But section 29.80.085 of your code also says a lot zoned PD or planned development overlay may be used either in the manner provided in the PD zone or the manner provided in the underlying zoning, but not both. With this project, even though we will be zoned PD HR 2.5, it complies with the requirements of the 2.5 zoning as though there were no overlay. So though we're not seeking the benefits of the PD zoning, we're still complying with the stated purpose and intent of the PD overlay provisions, which are shown here from the Hillside Guidelines. We explain that in detail on pages 2 and 3 of our March 7th document responding to the Planning Commission. And regarding access, the last slide, all I'll say is there was some confusion about that at the Planning Commission. This site has legal access from both directions. Your city attorney has studied that and can confirm it. And I'll turn it over to David to finish up.
Part of the concern that Planning Commission raised is the idea that there was just simply too many exceptions. And I think in part that was caused by how we presented it. We presented the application with the intent of full disclosure, to disclose all of the information and everything that we were proposing, not necessarily all defined as exceptions. The access road constructed outside of the LRDA is not an exception. It's actually allowed for in the Hillside Design Guidelines. Grading cut and fill depths, you can need to get into the nuance of definitions. Access road versus driveway. There are cut and fill standards for a driveway in the Hillside Development Guidelines. There are not requirements for cut and fill maximums for an access road. Now, staff does apply those when they review an access road, which we don't disagree with because we prioritize that. We wanted to minimize grading and minimize tree removal in our application. However, the exception, or it is not an exception to ask for those cut and fill depths that we are requesting of 6 feet because they don't conflict with the requirement in the Hillside Design Guidelines for an access road. Building heights, 18 versus 25 feet, we're no longer requesting that. We acknowledge we're on a ridge line. We are not asking for an exception to height. Retaining wall heights up to 6 feet, I described that. That is something that we're asking for. The roadway grade and 20% maximums, that's a standard that, or actually a requirement in working through county fire and working through town engineering staff, not an exception to the hillside design guidelines. And the ANS applications we've already talked to as well, with a requirement of under 5,000 square foot homes, we could still go to DRC, not truly an exception. What we're left with is one exception, and that's with the walls to save trees.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Council members, any questions of the applicant? Okay. Thank you very much. So I will open it up for public testimony. Those who would like to speak will have 3 minutes each, and then you'll have time at the end. And I need to confirm, Mark Ree, are you part of you're part of the team? You're a neighbor. Okay. Come on up. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Mark Ray. I'm at 15401 Shannon, so adjacent property. And I just wanted to speak on behalf of approval for Mr. Sahadi's project. I think as pointed out, it would bring sanitation to the properties. Right now we're on septic, so I think that would be a benefit to health and the environment. And also as pointed out, it would bring access roads, which would be a benefit for safety.
Thank you. Questions? Councilmember Leonardis.
Mr. Reed, you mentioned, of course, the sanitation access. I was going to ask the applicant this, but there was the mention of a trail that would be accessible by the public as well, a connector trail. Are you familiar with that? What that is?
Probably should have asked the applicant.
I'll save it for them. Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much for staying. David Weissman.
Dave Weissman. I just wanted to quickly answer Mr. Leonardis' question. This property is presently zoned A-20, which means minimum lot size is 20 acres, and it's agricultural. That's the A. It's a non-conforming county lot. This property should remain as it was pre-zoned 37 years ago. Given the fact that Mr. Sahadi's 13 acres are currently assessed by the county at $271,000, building just one house will result in a handsome profit. The Planning Commission was concerned with the required exceptions, the incomplete visibility analysis according to what's already in the hillside development standards, not what we've talked about for the future, and the fact that the mitigated negative declaration just summarily dismissed all environmental concerns. And how could the initial study possibly be complete without comparing the effects of using the current driveway with constructing a new private roadway? That wasn't done. If the current road can handle all construction trucks and cement mixers, as the applicant has contended, it can handle emergency equipment. Plus, most significantly, Mr. Paulson told the Planning Commission that the applicant may be able to go to 2 houses without improving the current access driveway. In closing, I would like to reiterate what the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines say, and I quote, and this council has reaffirmed this many times. Site characteristics and constraints may not allow a specific site to achieve the maximum density or intensity otherwise permitted by the zoning ordinance. I thus request that you uphold the unanimous Planning Commission decision and retain the current HR 5 zoning.
Thank you, Dr. Weissman. Any questions? Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Sack. So this sounds a little strange, but Ms. Cantano, who hasn't spoke yet, submitted writing, suggestions to us, comments to us. And one of hers, she says, In it, both David Weissman and Ken Anderson suggest alternatives that would both reduce the length of the required drive, which would reduce the amount of grading and reduce the amount of trees impacted, and drastically reduce the amount of retaining wall. Do you have suggestions for a different alignment for the road?
No, using the road that's already, using the access that's already there, coming off of Shannon.
That doesn't seem like what she's saying, but okay, thank you.
Any further questions of Dr. Weissman? Okay, thank you. Josine Smits?
Good evening. My name is Josine Smits, and if you have read my very long letter, you probably know that my main concern is with runoff. The runoff that Mr. Sahadi's rezoning proposal will cause if it is approved. The increase in runoff from such a very high density development in the hills will affect everyone living along the seasonal creeks, and this map is very small over here, but Los Gatos, along Shannon Road, and then Short Road, and that is where this picture is taken, when the culvert goes under the road, into Ross Creek, and then Guadalupe, and the flood zone areas in San Jose, and all the way to Santa Clara. My husband and I have lived at our property on Shannon Road since 1986, so we have a very long history with the runoff from development and paving in the hills above us in the watershed. For example, when a neighbor on top of the hill road removed trees and put in an acre of paving, driveways comparable to the 1.5 acres that Mr. Sahadi is proposing to add, we saw gullies appear in our hillside, the creek bed incised by 7 feet below the roots of the trees, causing slides that undercut the bank of Shannon Road itself, and then also our historic redwood apricot barn was flooded during the next wet year. All hilltop developments that have been approved in our neighborhood in the last 3 decades have included engineering plans very similar to those submitted by Mr. Sahadi. And just like now, it was always maintained that there would be no runoff impact or that the impact would be negligible. Despite this, we continue to see significant increases in runoff, erosion, and flooding. Clearly, something is not working. Something is not working according to plan. After what happened on Shannon Road this winter, after the flooding of San Jose, we can't do business as usual anymore. The engineering standard and the proposed plans are based on data from a relatively short time period compared to what happens in the climate. A data record of only several decades compared to over 100 doesn't allow us to mitigate the runoff impact in a fail-proof manner. Please prevent further degradation of our living environment.
Yes, Councilmember Spector.
Thank you. The pictures that you have up on the wall, the lower left one, what am I looking at exactly there?
Okay, so these images are also included in the letter where they are more clear, but Short Road is right here. So if you follow the map, so Shannon Road, the creek sort of runs, first of all, on the other side of Short Road, and it goes through a culvert, and it ends up right in the front yard of these people. Ms. Senner has sent me this picture, and also included 3 videos that were also forwarded to you. I was hoping to show it, but we ran out of time. But so this is all the runoff through that comes by Shannon Road, that comes down Shannon Road, runs under Sioux View through the front yard of Ms. Senner, right up to her base, to her foundation, and then on to the next neighbor and the next, all the way to Ross Creek, and then finally into Guadalupe River.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Smith. Lee Quintana.
Lee Quintana, 5 Palm Avenue, Los Gatos, and happy to address the council tonight. I want to discuss the proposed new access across the site. The staff report says that the proposed new access will require 5 exceptions. Exception 4 being retaining walls up to 6 feet in height and and no longer than 50 feet without a break. But PW's desk item from today, your attachment 8, says that 42% or 480 feet approximately of the proposed 1,148 linear feet of the retaining walls is at the maximum height. And just for comparison, a football field is 300 feet in length. Both numbers can't be correct. Second thing, the geotechnical and geological report does not provide information concerning the potential amounts of old fill and colluvium under the proposed roadway or the retaining walls that would be required to be removed if it were found. This would add to the grading requirements for the construction of the new road and or the individual parcel driveways. I would also like to point out that Chapter 8 subdivision and PDs of the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines has a section regarding exceptions to the development within the LRDA, specifically for sub-area 1. There are 4 conditions, all of which need to be met. Not all are met, but I will only read condition 3, which states, access to development within the LRDA can only be obtained by developing a road or driveway outside of the LRDA. This parcel already is developed and has access outside of the LRDA. As stated by the applicant, access to the site is already available from 2 points. Access to the site from, the access road across the site is only necessary if 5 lots are to be allowed. And I also had some questions in my desk item to you, which I would ask that you ask of staff, and that one is, if the applicant were to request less than 5 lots, could they still apply for a PD? And then the second one is the applicant has stated that they don't actually need the overlay. They could still develop the site at this density without the overlay. So my question is, how many units could be allowed using a straight zoning without a PD?
Thank you, Ms. Quintana. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Okay. I now ask the applicant to come forward. You have 5 minutes. You don't have to use it, but if you wish to.
Good evening again. Bart Heckman. Just very briefly to respond to the idea that there's an existing driveway from Shannon and that could be used to serve this development. We've tried to make clear in our written information and in our presentation tonight that the current driveway, which Mr. Sahadi uses to get to his house, does not meet current code, and it is impossible, physically impossible, to bring it to current code within the limits of the easement that we have. So the only way to bring it to current code is to go outside of this easement, and we don't have those rights. And if you watch the Planning Commission hearing, you would have seen that the owner of that property, Mr. Sanaveras, is not supportive of this, and it doesn't appear likely that he would be happy to grant additional access rights so a driveway could be built to a development he doesn't want.
And I would like to address the drainage concern that Mrs. Smits presented. So with this particular project and the photo that Mrs. Smits presented, it was a photo located at or near her driveway entry. It's actually showing the driveway where the old Peters residence has the circuitous route up to the house on the hillside. The tributary area that is contributing to those flows is 117 acres approximately. Of that 117 acres, the Sahadi property is currently about 2.5 acres of that. We're contributing a very, very small percentage of that area. In fact, all of the drainage from the driveway and site itself that was flowing down towards Shannon Road was accommodated in the culvert that crosses onto the other side of Shannon Road. The problem when we have large storms like we did is we are faced with a lot of facilities that were sized under old engineering criteria, predominantly a 2-year type of a storm event that may be expected to happen once every 2 years. Current standards would be to size that for a 10-year event. The events that we saw exceeded that. So even if these culverts were larger, there still could have been some expectation under normal design standards to have some water overtopping or not fitting into culverts. But no question, the facilities are undersized. There's a small pipe underneath the barn that is on the Smits property that's constructed over the creek. And the culvert crossing these driveways where that photo was taken is also small, sized under old criteria. All of the criteria that were required under development today has much more stringent standards to mitigate stormwater runoff. We're required to mitigate for runoff under all duration of storm events utilizing a Bay Area hydrology model. And those modeled events are based upon 40 years plus of rainfall data. And then current criteria for design level storms are used to size the facilities. All indications are, and our hydraulic consultant also comes to the conclusion that we will not be increasing the runoff toward Shannon Road. In fact, we should experience some decrease in the runoff toward Shannon Road. With that, okay.
Just to finish up, I thought I'd have a minute. I'd take a little bit of that to address the concern that Councilmember Rennie had asked. Just to assure you that it is our understanding from this process that your approval of this pre-zoning does not provide any entitlement to build a house of any particular size on any of these lots that are in the development plan. That we have, as your staff said, that we have to go through the process like any parcel would and deal with the site constraints, the neighbor issues, privacy, all those things that help to shape that. And then the only other thing I wanted to mention, because it wasn't part of the staff report, there are a series of findings that, it's just a 1 page of findings that staff has presented to you. If you are going to approve this, and of course we hope you will, they need to be made. There were a few minor suggestions that we had. We provided that to staff yesterday. I don't know if it made it as a desk item, but if you are inclined, as we hope you are, to approve, then I'd ask that you consider making those changes. One's a typo, one's a clarification. 2 are clarification, one's a typo. Thank you very much for your time, and we're all here to answer any questions you have.
Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Sayak. Start out with maybe an easy question. There was this talk about connecting the sewer and having a trail. How is all that going to work? How many people will the sewer line potentially serve? And where would the trail connect to, and who would maintain the trail?
Okay, on the sanitary sewer, the project is going to construct a new private sanitary sewer line that will discharge into the public sanitary sewer that is maintained by West Valley Sanitation District. That sewer is intended to serve all of the development, including the existing Sahadi residents on the site now. Mark Ray has come forward with interest to take his home off of the existing septic system, and he has been working with Fred to coordinate how that may work. So currently, that's the limit of what is being proposed. Nobody else has expressed interest in it. There would be a shared maintenance agreement that would be required to facilitate that, but the capacity has been stated to be available from West Valley Sanitation District.
Is that located on Shannon Road, that main sewer line?
No, it's actually at Shady Lane and Santella, at the intersection of Shady and Santella.
All right. And then on the trail,
The
what is
trail,
story on
we
that?
are offering a public trail easement through the site since the hillside, or not the hillside, but the trail master plan in Los Gatos, which is quite an old document, actually shows a schematic dashed line through the property indicating public trail. We don't want to preclude that in any way, so what we're offering is a public trail easement that is over the interior access that had been utilized to get down to the arena site in historic times and currently today, to provide that access through the site and not preclude any future planning by the town to have trail connectivity through the hills.
Okay, so I noticed, according to your writing here, there's the information in attachment 4, and it says it's new information that the Planning Commission did not see. Is my understanding of that correct?
I'm not sure what attachment 4 you're referencing to.
A letter from HMH dated March 7th, 2017, issued raised during the Planning Commission meeting and the answers to those issues.
Okay, well, those are responses to the issues that came up during public testimony and during deliberation by the planning commissioners. We responded to many of those issues in our rebuttal, but that document is intended to clarify what our response is to the discussion items that were had during planning commission. So it's not new information or a changed project, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, but it was information that came up at the Planning Commission meeting that wasn't presented initially and now is being documented and presented to council.
Some of those, or most of those issues were presented to Planning Commission in rebuttal, and they are further clarified in that written document.
Okay. And I have one more question. What would be the result if you took your A20 zoning and you didn't propose any subdivision, you just had the existing house and land, and you asked to be annexed to the town of Los Gatos because you wanted to vote for us?
You would have to ask my client that question.
Thank you.
Any further, Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Sack. So on the drainage issue, you said when you get done, there will be less drainage going towards Shannon. How are you going to do that, and where is that drainage going to go?
The project is reconfiguring the existing paved turnaround area that's located at the top of the access road today. That is proposed to be reconfigured into a cul-de-sac that would actually drain in the opposite direction. All drainage that we are collecting is being mitigated in infiltration trenches. So what we're doing is we're taking the water to points at which we can treat it. So we need to treat it for water quality, and we need to mitigate it for volume, both, so that we are not discharging any more from the site in any direction that exists today, and that we are treating all the water that is running off of any impervious surfaces that are proposed by the project. We've gone into great detail. The stormwater mitigation plan is part of our plan set. It was extensively reviewed by town engineering staff and town's consultant, who specifically reviews the stormwater mitigation measures. From a volumetric standpoint, the report was done by our hydraulic consultant that discusses the volumes and substantiates the evidence of the reduction or at least matching of the existing flow discharges.
Okay, thank you. I have a different subject question.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, it's 5 to 12, so you either need to make a motion to continue or adjourn.
So I'd like to get through our public testimony. Would you like to make a motion to continue for?
Make a motion to continue for till we end public testimony.
Perfect. I second the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
No.
Okay, 4-1.
Okay, so can I go with my next question? Okay, so it's probably for Mr. Heckman. You made some comments about my concern on the size of the houses, and you don't feel entitled to get any particular size of the house, but I don't think that stops you from getting any size of the house according to the process that I heard. And more specifically, I guess my concern is Lot 1. I think you know, without seeing any analysis, I suspect a 5,000-foot house on Lot 1 is going to wipe out too many trees. So what do I put in to make sure we don't wipe out the trees, you know, that staff just says, yeah, it meets everything, because I don't think losing trees triggers them to send it to Planning Commission or other reviews. So, you know, what should I put in? Should I say no more than a 3,000-foot one there, or should I say any house on Lot 1 must go to Planning Commission? What do I do here?
Well, I'm not sure that I can advise you fully on that. I'll point out, and perhaps you picked this up from reviewing the Planning Commission documentation, that part of our purpose for suggesting the 25-foot height for homes, number one, they couldn't be visible, but they would have a smaller footprint. You could take that 5,000 feet and build it more vertically and avoid taking out trees. It's frankly our expectation, since this PD is going to be silent on that issue. We'll just have the typical rule of 18 feet, but when we go forward for an ASA, or whether it's the DRC, we'll be in a position to ask the decision makers, if we think it's appropriate, can we go to 25 feet? And now we're going to do a visual analysis under the then current requirement, and our justification might be, we don't want to take out those other two large oaks. So, and again, I think your process, whether it's in front of your staff design group or the Planning Commission, accommodates that and gives the city personnel, whoever's making the decision, some discretion to make a decision that's consistent with your hillside guidelines.
If I could ask one more, I know it's getting late, slightly different subject. So staff says you're going to take out 16 trees on your current proposed road. I thought I saw written somewhere that you think it can be less than 16. So why do you think, it's late, I think they said 16 when we started, and I'm pretty sure you said it's 5 and you may be able to save some more. Why is there a discrepancy here?
What we're stating is trees that are in direct impact or direct conflict with the alignment of the access road itself versus trees that are adjacent to the access road. So there are 7 trees in direct conflict with the proposed access road. There are 9 trees that are adjacent to the access road that we're identifying that are likely impacted, might not make it, but we want to make every attempt that we can to try to save the trees. They're very important to us, and I know they're important to everybody. So 16 is the safe number to say, yeah, those are the trees that are both directly impacted and adjacent to. We want to try to save more. We think we have an opportunity to try, and hopefully we're successful in doing so.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So what I hear you saying is that if a PD were approved by this body, and if the PD accepted your gracious offer to have 18-foot homes, you might very well still, when you go through A&S, ask for 25 feet. Is that right?
The requirement is 18 feet on a ridge line, right? And anyone who is applying could ask for an exception to that. It might be that we are encouraged by staff, under the circumstances, to consider a taller house and save trees.
To consider a taller house in order to maintain the square footage
Possibly.
that you are requiring for yourself.
But we're not requiring any particular square footage.
But I mean, if you didn't have a certain square foot home, you might not need to go from 18 feet to 25 feet.
Yes, absolutely, and so it seems like a theoretical resolution of this could be, we don't want you to build higher than 18 feet, and we don't want you to take out trees. How big a house does that give you?
That's a good one.
And let me add to that. We had provided development scenarios for each lot, and we showed single-story footprints that were approximately 5,000 square feet with a garage on top of that. With those next to that, not on top of that, thank you.
We do have one of those in town, but go ahead.
So with that, the tree removal required for each one of the development of each one of those lots is very, very minimal. No lots for no trees for lot 5. 1 or 2 trees for the other lots. And someone mentioned lot 1. Yeah, lot 1 is the most constrained. I think there were I'd have to look at that plan again, 5 or 6 trees or something that was impacted with building that single-story footprint. So our suggestion of maybe there would be an exception in the future isn't based upon the fact that we're concerned that we're constrained and we need it. It's just simply that there could be a reduction in the impact area if the same square footage was held.
Member Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Sack. I asked this question earlier this evening, but I'm going to ask it a different way. What if there was no subdivision application and Mr. Sahadi just wanted to annex his home into the town of Los Gatos? What would the zoning be classified as if he were to do that?
Under that scenario, the HR 5 designation would prevail with the annexation. And I would assume the town would be looking for him to extend services to the site. So now we'd be looking at constructing the sanitary sewer improvements, the water improvements. That could trigger fire, looking at upgrades, and now we might be rebuilding the access road again. I don't know. I haven't played all that out, but those are possibilities.
Is that something that staff can weigh in on, or are we just working with the public?
You can.
So can I ask that question of staff?
I'd rather you ask all our questions of public members. Okay. Council members, any further questions of the applicants? Okay, thank you very much. We are, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, you've used your time, and so unless there were specific questions of Mr. Sahadi, you know, I'm sorry. What I would ask you to do, if you would like to submit something in writing that has not been articulated, I think that would be best. But at this point, I don't even know how much time was, do we even have that still maintained? So I'm sorry. Okay. So I want to reiterate, so now we have closed public testimony. We are going to continue this to a date certain. So at the next meeting, there will be no further public testimony, but everyone is still welcome to submit written comments if, for example, if there were some items that you would like us to know that were not shared, you may do so in writing. Okay, so do we need to make a motion for it to, yes, Councilmember Jensen.
Can we ask questions of staff during this portion before we continue it?
Yes, you may.
Okay. So 2 questions, both process questions. No, that wasn't a motion.
Actually,
I just
now
asked,
that my vice mayor just reminded me, our motion was until we close public testimony.
I voted against that motion.
I know. No.
They're short.
When we come
They're
back.
short, Madam Mayor. I won't remember them next time.
You won't remember. Okay, I'm sorry. Just like I closed it for him, I'm going to have to close it for you. But if we could just please,
I just want to make a statement then, can I, for the record?
You may make a statement.
This is not an appeal, so we're not looking at new information, abuse of discretion, or error, or policy questions. Thank you.
Do we need to state what meeting this is moving to? Okay.
Yes.
Can somebody please make a motion that we're moving it? Actually, do we have a date?
The earliest would be April 4th.
Okay. And I can't recall what's on our agenda.
Well, we have Alpine Avenue coming
Correct.
back. We have the OPEB and pension strategies, and maybe one other item.
Okay, let's move, okay.
Oh, yes, smoking ordinance, yes.
Okay. Let's do it. Yes,
Just a question about how the agenda works. If we move something to a date certain, is it first? Because we already did a motion to reconsider, which resulted in Alpine Avenue now being on that agenda. So how does that work?
The agenda orders up to the mayor
Okay.
through our typical agenda process.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Spector.
I'm going to make a motion to continue this item to April 4th and look to the mayor to order the agenda and select which items must be and may be on the agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Good night, everyone. Meeting is adjourned.